Planning and Sustainability Commission meeting. On the agenda today, we have some ducks, followed by items of interest, director's report. Then we'll move the consent agenda. We'll have 2 hearings today. The first is the solid waste and recycling rates, for which we'll have a brief staff presentation followed by public testimony, deliberation, and then a recommendation to council. The second hearing is the mixed-use zone project. This will include a short staff presentation followed by testimony. This hearing will continue until next Tuesday, May 17th at 5 p.m. That hearing will take place at the Portland Building, Room C, 2nd floor. So, do you guys all hear that, Planning Commission? Uh-huh. Looks like Mike brought a friend for us over here. If you'd like to testify about either project, please fill out a testimony card. They're at the staff table outside the room. We will need your full name and mailing address written on the card. When you're called up to testify, please be specific about whether you support or oppose a particular element of the staff's proposal. If someone has already covered the point that you were going to make, please don't restate all of the points. You can simply say that you agree with someone's testimony. We will allow 2 minutes for each testifier. We're going to take a break at about 3 p.m. to assess if we'll be able to get through everyone who signed up to testify today. If we determine that we can't get through all people who'd like to speak today, those people will be signed up at the beginning of the list for the continuation of the hearing on next Tuesday. We are planning to wrap up at 5 p.m. today. The meeting is live streamed on BPS YouTube channel and is being taped and will be available for review on channel 30. So with that mouthful, any items of interest? Yeah? No? Was your hand going up?
I don't know how interesting this is, but we've been working hard at the Stakeholder Advisory Committee for the residential infill project and getting ready to issue some summary reports and create some presentations for public outreach. So there's a very solid public outreach plan and Julia's working on that, and so she will identify all the people. But if you have some specific areas that or people that you think should be outreached to, please let us know. Thanks.
Mike?
Yeah, just another travel observation. I had the good fortune to spend about 3 weeks in Japan, and in Kyoto, especially the western side of the city, which is a very nice neighborhood, what I noticed was an amazing focus on shared space. And, you know, as resources are limited, I think thinking more about how we can have more shared space. I found it an incredibly pleasant and quiet and kind of slowed down experience. It's just something to think about in terms of our design, how we design things, so that you don't have partitioned off, 15 different things because 15 different constituencies all want them. Is that there got to be ways that we can do a better job of integrating use of the urban space. Observation.
Nope. Anything else? Chris?
So I'll just note that we have 2 tactical urbanism projects in process right now. Better NATO, which creates a shared bike and pedestrian space on NATO Parkway during the festival season on the waterfront, and had the opportunity this morning to ride Better Broadway, which is a protected bike lane experiment from about 24th to 7th on Northeast Broadway. Both good ways of testing concepts to see if they work, so try them out.
And it's bike month, so that's good. Anything else? Okay, Joe?
Just tomorrow at 2 p.m. we're having our next City Council work session on the comprehensive plan. We had one already, and that went very well. The City Council was able to move through a lot of the materials, and tomorrow is focused around 30 or so specific issues and without a less volume of material, but some specific issues for them to discuss and vote on the amendments.
Question on that. Several of us submitted comments to council concerning some of the amendments that were proposed. How did that play out? Did we actually have testimony? Did we just simply convey the letters, or? It's curious.
I believe they got those. They were, and there was testimony. That's why I was a little bit baffled.
Right,
So
but they haven't voted on.
they haven't voted on them. They received the testimony, Mike, and it was received, and we got questions on it. I'm not really sure where they stand on any particular issues. That's what we're going to see more of tomorrow as they work their way through that list. So far, they've just done big consent list items and a few specific items, and tomorrow it's the golf courses and some of the bigger specific issues. And that actually, it starts tomorrow at 3, not 2.
They did the easy stuff first.
Okay, consent agenda, consideration of the minutes from April 26th.
Move adoption.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, so next up is solid waste rates, hearing and recommendation. We could have Michael and Bruce, you're already up and getting going. So after their presentation, we're going to have testimony. So if you want to testify on the solid waste rates, that's a tongue twister. Please make sure you fill out a testimony card and then bring it up to Julie. And we will be limiting it to 2 minutes, as I mentioned earlier, and calling up 3 at a time. So with that, thanks, Michael.
All right. Thank you all. I'm Michael Armstrong. I manage the sustainability programs here for the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. As the chair mentioned earlier, we're here with proposed solid waste residential rates, and also the proposed commercial tipping fee. And we are looking for a recommendation from all of you to City Council, because these will be heard there next week along with the other utility rate bureaus, so Bureau of Environmental Services and Water Bureau. I'm going to talk about the residential rates. Bruce Walker here, who manages our solid waste program, will talk about the commercial tonnage fee. And I want to acknowledge the work of Kevin Vodry-Cassaus, who's done a ton of work on all the details and making sure this both adheres to the franchise agreement, but also kind of surfaces the key policy questions for your consideration. Last time, was it a week ago, your last meeting, we shared what was then the initial proposed rate. So these are monthly rates for customers who have 35-gallon roll carts. We're talking about residential rates here, so single family through fourplex. And
Is your mic on?
it looks like it is.
Okay.
Can people hear me? Okay. I'll get a little closer. Thank you. So the good news here is that rates are proposed to go down. So 20 cents a month for customers who have the most common service level, the 35-gallon roll cart. It's a decrease of about 0.7%. You get a sense of the breakdown of kind of where those cost components come from. So this is the same as what you saw last week. Just to put that in context, this is our monthly garbage rates going back to the early 90s, and the top line there is rates as simply inflated at the overall consumer price index, and the bottom line is actual rates, which have really lagged below inflation. And I think that's a testament to the good work and efficiencies of our hauling community, as well as the good recycling and now composting practices of Portland households. You see a couple of the kind of key points of inflection that have changed the rates over the years. And then at the far right, the big dot would be the proposed rates for 16-17, decline of 0.7%. And so this would be the fourth year in a row that rates have either stayed flat or gone down. And I think that's notable. Again, I think it reflects the good work of households, really good work by the haulers. We also have that rate trend over a period when we have completed the phasing in of cleaner engines in all the haulers' trucks. And so as of January of this year, all the haulers, the engines and all the trucks used for residential collection are no older than 12 years old. So we're phasing out the most polluting trucks. And so that's really encouraging to have finished that at a time when rates are able to stay flat or go down. So the numbers in the previous slide show the cost of service and the policy question. And so really this is primarily an accounting exercise to review the actual costs haulers have incurred, examine some market forecasts for a couple of the key considerations. Certainly fuel price is one of those, also the market value of recyclables, and all of that's very carefully specified in the franchise agreement. That gets us to cost of service. There's a policy conversation around incentives and disincentives. So for households that have a lower service level, so smallage garbage container, or in some cases, collection every 4 weeks instead of every other week of their garbage, the rates have included an incentive so that those households pay a little bit less each month. And on the flip side, households with 60-gallon roll carts and 90-gallon roll carts have a disincentive premium added to the rates, and so they pay a little bit more than they otherwise would each month. And so this kind of incentive and disincentive balances around the 35-gallon roll cart, which is the most common service level. So what you all have in your handout, and what I'll show here in a couple of quick slides, are the proposed rates for the different service levels. And you see the percentages over on the right-hand side, which is the percent of customers that subscribe to that service level. So starting with the 35-gallon cart collected every other week, that's the EOW, and that's the one we saw a moment ago with the more detailed rate breakdown, proposed to go down 20 cents a month. Looking at the larger 60-gallon cart, that rate is proposed to fall by 65 cents a month, and that includes this incentive premium, so an additional $2.76 a month, 76 cents a month as a disincentive. Just to tab through these, because you have all these details, but for people in the audience to see, the 90-gallon cart also proposed to decrease, in this case, by 55 cents. It includes an incentive premium of $5.36 a month. And then switching to the incentive side of it, the 35-gallon cart, for some customers it's a can, collected every 4 weeks, includes a $2.97 discount. And so that folded in with cost of service leads to a 15-cent decrease per month. The 20-gallon mini can, in some cases a cart, similar, proposed to decrease by 25 cents a month, includes a discount of $2.83. And then we also include on here the 32-gallon can, which is like the 35-gallon roll cart. That's sort of the point around which the other incentives and disincentives are balanced. And so again, you can see the percent of households in the different rate service levels. And so the incentive-disincentive conversation, it's really one where we want to provide an incentive, and the city has always included in the rates an incentive for households that generate less garbage, a disincentive for those that generate more. We also want to balance that incentive against, we don't want to create a sort of undue burden for larger households or perhaps households with multiple families in them that may, I think reasonable people might think, yeah, I can see why they would have a 60-gallon roll cart, for example. And so we want to send the price signal. We don't want to get carried away with it. And so this has been the policy conversation over the years. What we're proposing here narrows the band, so closes that gap a little bit, but we think preserves a noticeable price signal where if you think about going, for example, from the 35-gallon every other week cart up to the 60-gallon, you would pay a little bit less than $6 a month more. We think that's a sort of noticeable incentive on a monthly basis. It's also, we think, not punitive. And so that's the balance we're trying to strike. And I think it may make sense to have a little bit of Q&A on this before we go to the commercial side, because it's a different conversation entirely. So maybe I'll pause, and I think you'll get some testimony on each of these. So if you have questions about how we've gotten to these proposed rates, or how the incentive-disincentive policy call has worked in the past, I think we'd be happy to try to answer those now.
Any questions? All right, let's keep
Okay.
rolling.
So let's go ahead, switching gears over to the commercial side. I'll let Bruce describe that, and then we can answer questions there.
So our commercial system is, we do not regulate rates. We've discussed that before. So the city does not set rates. However, we collect a commercial tonnage fee from commercial haulers, from the tonnage that they collect from businesses throughout the city. We are proposing to increase that tonnage fee and it's directly related to expansion of our public trash can program. So that program is, we contract out for collection of approximately 600 public trash cans that you see in downtown Portland and 6 other business districts that effectively are a belt around the city's downtown. We are proposing, we've looked at this over the last couple years, to look at a more equitable distribution of these services and to expand the public trash can program to other business districts. We've worked closely with our planners to identify the town centers and where to expand. So we believe that this approach would lead to an additional 400 plus cans in another 24 business districts that we would roll out over the next 5 years. It's not something we can just snap our fingers and have it be delivered. We'd have to work closely with those business districts to address the best location. What's the impact of this? We propose to increase the tonnage fee that currently is $8.30 per ton on the garbage disposed from commercial collections to $9.60 per ton, $1.30 increase. And when we factor in Metro's tip fee that's currently at $95 a ton, it's actually a pretty small portion. There's also, of course, labor and the collection equipment costs that haulers charge. So it's probably going to be about a 1% increase to what the businesses would pay. We are proposing to do this in 2 phases. What you're seeing today, this $1.30 per ton, would take effect the beginning of the fiscal year, July 1, 2016. And we've also proposed that there will need to be another $1.30 added to this program in about 3 years. So that's our initial cut. We'll reevaluate it, of course, and bring it back to this commission after we've had some experience of delivering this service. This proposal has been included in the mayor's proposed budget. We're looking forward to making a more equitable distribution of this service as we move forward, but that's the basis of our plan today.
Any questions, Mike?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Metros because Metro relies heavily on their tippage fees for a lot of their operations and a lot of their environmental operations. One of the things they have done is actually the rationale being that there's a lot of illegal dumping that goes on, particularly in their natural areas, and so they've not just justified, but there's a rationale for directing some of that money toward that use. We have similar issues in the city of Portland, not only in our parks, but some of the natural areas around the city as well. I was really pleased to see that you're talking about expanding the garbage can program. One of the things I commented, I was just in Japan, never saw a speck of trash anywhere. It's a huge issue here, I think, so I'm pleased to see that the funding is going to that, and you're talking about, one of my questions was going to be, is this really sufficient to do the job? And looking at it again in 3 years to add some additional funding, should it be warranted, which I think it might be. I'm really pleased to hear. Have you gotten together with Portland Parks and Recreation to discuss beyond the public trash cans, the issue of illegal dumping in areas like Oaks Bottom, Forest Park, et cetera, et cetera? Could any of those funds be utilized for that purpose as well?
We would have to take a close look at that because these fees have to directly relate to solid waste, and I see that's what you're bringing up. We've spoken with parks in the past. They certainly have concerns about just what their costs are, but there's not been a proposed funding of those services.
Okay, so I guess I'll reframe it as a just a comment and a suggestion that we may be looking a little more broadly about how those, during the next increase, might be used. And I'm assuming that, given how important tippage fees are to Metro's operations, that you and Metro have coordinated to some extent, so we're not talking about robbing Peter to pay Paul in these. I realize yours is very small compared to theirs, but is that a yes?
No robbing.
Good. All right,
No
thanks.
robbing will take place.
Thank you.
Gary?
What's the aggregate revenue associated with this increased tonnage fee?
It's on the order of $250,000 a year? Is that right? A little bit more, maybe?
300,000, right?
300?
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Andre?
You talked about the increased districts throughout the city. In my view, it'd be nice if we went to the outside, so East Portland, and see who was interested in being first and kind of worked our way back in. It would be nice if we worked from the outside, so East Portland, and kind of worked our way back in from that area.
Yeah, thank you. We will develop criteria for which areas would get service first, and equity is certainly one of them.
And just a quick follow-up to that, I live in Northwest Portland. I notice the frequency of pickup is an issue as well. I assume it is throughout the city, but certainly is in Northwest Portland. So I don't know if in addition to additional cans, whether you're talking about maybe upping the frequency a bit, I think would be helpful.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, so we are going to take testimony. If you have not filled out a card, I have 2 right now. Please do, and bring them up to Julie. For now, I'll call up Alondo Simpson and David White.
Are we hot? Yep. All right. Chair Schultz, members of the commission, for the record, my name's Orlando Simpson, owner of local business City of Roses Disposal and Recycling, which happens to be the first ever African-American owned solid waste and recycling company in the state of Oregon, and actually the only solid waste B Corp in the state of Oregon, as far as I know. And I know that this is a hearing in regards to rate review, but I just essentially wanted to come discuss my inspiration, but also concerns around the solid waste franchise system and how it has created a substantial amount of barriers for other commercial minority-owned garbage haulers, trucking companies, et cetera, that actually have a lot of interest in participating in the system, but it's just a near impossible obstacle to overcome. As a third generation Portlander and a second generation local small business owner, I don't believe in handouts at all. I definitely believe in everything you get in life is something that you earned. However, I do not believe that these equitable opportunities do exist, and that is for whatever purposes that there are in the system. But I feel like given the situations that we are in today as a city and the conversations that we're having around equity and income disparities and opportunities that the city essentially wants to overcome in regards to the challenges in order to make this truly a sustainable city, I feel like this is one area that should be addressed. To that notion, my father, who was the founder of the company, started with literally nothing, just one truck and one box that he purchased through an equity line from the house that I grew up in, the old North Portland. Never had a lot of his own, and he really just had a dream and he had a vision. And 20 years later, as of today, City of Roses, the company has developed a significant reputation as being the construction and demolition debris waste hauler of choice, at least in this very active market, primarily just based on some of the basic values that my father carries with him, such as determination, respect, integrity, and primarily humility.
Alondo, that's 2 minutes. Can you quickly summarize?
Oh, wow. That was
Yeah, I'm
quick.
sure you'll get asked questions. So maybe quickly summarize and
Sorry
we'll,
about that.
we'll go with the
I
question
will,
route.
I will definitely hit the key points here. So I just wanted to address the barriers and then thank you for your time. But the main barriers that I wanted to address in this system is that even though we are a commercial hauler, we do not have the wherewithal or the opportunity to have consistent revenue stream because of the residential franchise system is a guaranteed revenue stream for our competitors. So we are subjected to the city's boundaries when we actually want to grow our business. We actually are confined and we can't grow. Our volumes and contracts are not guaranteed. As I just mentioned, we have to compete and earn everything we do get. And we have to compete with multinational billion-dollar companies that actually own landfills and actually have economies of scale due to these landfills because they can control their costs at every stage of the system. So having a residential franchise would definitely open up the opportunity for us to scale and grow our business and do more innovative and sustainable things in the community and hire from communities of color and provide essentially a template and example for other youth in the upcoming generations as alternative pathways to success other than being rap stars and entertainers, quite frankly. And so I just wanted to thank you for your time and bring that to your attention. And I hope that you guys can take consideration of the equitable disparities that exist in the solid waste system to potentially open it up for other participants.
Thanks, Alondo. David?
Thank you.
You can ask
Well,
questions.
good afternoon, Chair Schultz and Commission members. My name is Dave White. I am Regional Representative for the Oregon Refuse and Recycling Association. It's a trade association out of Salem. And I represent our members in the Portland metro area. In that position, I represent the Portland Haulers Association, which is made up of Portland residential solid waste and recycling collection companies. I missed your last meeting, but I was able to watch it when it streamed. And so I know you had a number of questions. I'm glad to be able to be here today to comment, but also maybe answer some of those questions if I don't touch on them. I think I'll start by saying the Portland rate-making process is robust and it is thorough. I work in many jurisdictions and all of them do a really good job of gathering the data, analyzing it. But you have a PhD consultant who works for the city who sometimes we laugh at how thorough he is, but I'm telling you that the magnitude of review in the city is commendable. So we provide our financial data. Neil, this person I'm talking about, does his calculations, and we do have an opportunity then to meet with staff and Neil Johnson, understand his calculations, ask questions, provide input, and we really appreciate that we have that open dialogue with the city. I'm not saying we agree with everything the city does, but it's a forum, and that's exactly what you want from your regulator, an opportunity to provide comment. We believe that that system is fair, and that it results in rates that are reasonable for the haulers and for the city's citizens, which are our customers, and we support this rate proposal. We are, I'd say, proud. We think it's remarkable that for the fourth year in a row, rates are either going down or remaining flat, and that is even considering that we are purchasing very expensive trucks and carts to implement the clean fleet system here in Portland. The recycling markets are down. We have inflation factors driving rates up, yet we're able to have this rate decrease. We're also pleased that the city has acknowledged that the haulers, through their efficiencies, have been able to contribute to that stability or decrease in the rates. So we would say that the system is working well as designed for the ratepayer. A big cause of that stability is our efficiency, as was mentioned. And our efficiency has come from carting the system. As an industry, we look for roll carts to help implement an efficient system and our collection trucks. So we have proposed to the city, and we've been talking about this for a number of years, but we've proposed that we fully cart recycling, we cart yard debris. I think about 80% of garbage is carted. We would like by July of 2017 to work with the city to bring a proposal. It would cost some money, clearly, to cart the system completely. We think that the efficiencies and the worker safety that comes with that is well worth it. So we want to continue that conversation, and we've told staff that we'd like to continue talking about that.
That's it. Thank you, David.
Oh, is that my 2 minutes? It
Oh,
does go
way
quick,
past it.
doesn't
I was a little gracious since I was gracious to Orlando as well. I think there are some
Appreciate that.
questions.
Okay.
Andre, did you want to ask your question?
Yeah, I'll start with David first. The cart system that you're proposing, would it be worthwhile to kind of, or you already have a proposal, I understand, but would it be worthwhile to kind of study that over the year and come back with a proposal so that it's just not the garbage haulers coming in with a proposal, but the city maybe working with you?
Oh, absolutely, and it's not really a proposal. I'd say at this point, it's a concept. We already cart, like I said, recycling and yard debris, and about, I think, 80% of solid waste. This is to say, let's move to the last step. I can tell you, if you looked around any jurisdiction around here, it's fully carted. We're just proposing to work with the city to determine what the cost of that would be, what the timeline would be for acquiring the carts, delivering them, and getting them implemented. And we think that we can do that by July of next year, 2017, which would be the next time you deal with rates.
And then, Alonso, the franchises are not here today, as you mentioned, but when do they come back up? Or is it about a year?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, you too. If there's anybody else who is here to testify for the solid waste rates hearing, please come up, bring your testimony card. Since I'm not seeing anybody come up, I'm going to go ahead and call Bruce and Michael back up. We'll close the hearing, and we are looking to get a recommendation from our group that we can take to City Council to adopt the residential rates and commercial tonnage fee as described. Are there any questions for Bruce or Michael? Yeah, Gary?
I'm concerned about the issue that Mr. Simpson brought up around market entry, particularly for minority-owned businesses. And is there a mechanism for market entry at this point, or is there a process to consider how that might be incorporated into the system? I realize we have a very stable system, and one of the benefits is controlled rates and controlled participation in the system. But at the same time, I think there's a real issue there around minority entry into the system.
So I think this is an instance where, again, to differentiate between the commercial collection system, where there are very low barriers to entry, free market, there's a lot of competition among haulers. There are lots of opportunities to pursue business in the commercial sector. On the residential side, because of the franchise system, there is basically no opportunity to get into the business on a kind of rolling basis. The franchise spans 10 years, and at the midpoint, we have a kind of reopener discussion, and I think that's the right place, and that's what will happen next year. So in early 2017, we'll begin that process, and we've had several conversations about this issue already, and so we are very interested in exploring it, and that would be the timeline. The current franchise still extends through 2022, and so you wouldn't see a change on the ground until at least then, but the time to have that discussion and to kind of put on the table options, recommendations would be in 2017.
Okay, but the current franchise contracts expire in 2022?
Correct.
Okay.
Andre?
So to that point, and follow up with Gary, I know in terms of our recommendation, you're just looking for the rates, but also as part of the letter, would it be valuable for you to have some direction that when you come back, if we could study methods, I guess, or options for how would we open up the franchise in the residential side to women and minority firms? And I would tag along with that study increasing women and minority participation that would be comparable to Portland's population for the garbage haulers. So the people that drive the trucks and also the people that own the companies from that standpoint. So to study that, not as, and come back with options for us to think about when we look at the franchises next year.
Yeah, I think that's a perfectly legitimate thing to include, as long as you all understand, and it seems you do, and we want to make sure council does as well. The rates sort of need to be addressed separately. this is actually a good time for teeing up issues to address in the franchise review. So I think that's fine.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Does anybody want to make a motion?
I propose that we adopt the fees as proposed.
Second.
Any discussion? No? Julie, you want to call vote?
Yes.
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 Yes. Thank you very much, Michael and Bruce.
Good job. Thanks.
Next on the agenda is Task 5 Mixed Use Zone Project hearing. So Barry, you can come on up and I'll go through this kind of dialogue again. We plan to allow 2 minutes for each testifier. We may shorten this to try to get through everyone who speaked up today, but the goal is to allow for 2 minutes for each testifier. We expect to have a very full agenda. We're going to take a break at about 3 p.m. to assess if we're going to be able to get through everybody who signed up. If we determine that we cannot get through everybody who signed up to speak today, the people who are signed up at the beginning of the list, or who are signed up, sorry, will be at the beginning of the list for the continuation of the hearing next Tuesday. If someone's already covered the point you're going to make, please don't restate all the points. You can simply say that you agree with what's been stated previously. With that, let's get a staff overview, and then we will call up testifiers after that. Thanks, Barry.
Thank you. Can you hear me with this thing? Maybe now. Okay, great. Barry Manning, Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. I'm the project manager for the Mixed Use Zones project, which we are holding a public hearing on today. We briefed the Planning and Sustainability Commission on this topic on March 22nd. Did a pretty thorough job. I think it was about an hour and a half or more time talking to you about the project and sharing with you. So we're going to do just a really brief overview today to refresh your memory of the project and share some information with the audience and those testifying, and then we'll answer any brief questions you have before we go into testimony, if that's fine with you. As you mentioned, there's a continued hearing on May 17th, which is next Tuesday. I just want to point out that for folks in the audience that might be coming back, that hearing is scheduled to be in the Portland building, not in this building, so down the street at 5 p.m. So the Mixed Use Zones project, as we said last time, is Task 5 implementation of the comprehensive plan, which is underway right now. And one of the key things in the comprehensive plan, the growth management kind of direction, is to grow in a series of centers and corridors that are identified in the comp plan. And this graphic shows where those are located in the general sense in a graphic way. And they are areas centers such as St. John's or Hollywood or Lents, where we expect population growth and development in the future, connected by a series of corridors, some of them large corridors like civic corridors, or that we're terming civic corridors, that are streets like Lombard or Sandy Boulevard, where we also expect to have growth and development over time. And smaller neighborhood centers such as Kenton or Woodstock, connected by smaller neighborhood corridors such as streets like Alberta or maybe Denver or Woodstock Boulevard, that are also areas where we expect to grow and develop over time. But the idea behind all of that is that if we can focus more growth and development into these centers and corridors, we can put people close to goods and services and potentially shorten their trip making and make their daily lives easier because they're in proximity to goods and services throughout the city, creating those 20-minute neighborhoods that we've talked about. Most of these areas are currently zoned for commercial development, and currently commercial development allows a broad range of mix of uses. They're not termed that in the zoning code, and part of our challenge here was to try to articulate that better in our project. So some of the objectives of the Mixed Use Zones project, which is trying to implement that concept, is we were, again, trying to better tailor new zones to meet the demands and the challenges of the next 20-year planning horizon in these particular areas. We have a new comprehensive plan that has many new directions for us to respond to in terms of its discussions about context-sensitive development and transitions in neighborhoods and things of that nature. And we've had some experience with mixed-use development over the last several years as we're starting to see that play out with our existing code. And the idea behind this project was to try to reconcile and adjust the new zones to adapt better to again, implement the comprehensive plan and also to respond to some of the concerns and issues that we've been hearing in the community about the development that's been occurring under the existing codes. So we are looking at issues such as building scale, transitions to neighborhoods, requiring requiring retail in some areas to help reinforce those centers, addressing the residential uses, and again, trying to do that with a little bit more of an eye towards context sensitivity. And this list, which we showed you last time, kind of enumerates some of those challenges. Just want to touch on the process a little bit for the mixed-use zones. We got started about 2 years ago and have had a pretty robust set of public meetings and information sessions throughout, but I wanted to highlight, and that's shown up here, but I did want to highlight that we worked pretty closely with a project advisory committee, or we call them the PAC, which was a 20-plus member committee. It was made of representatives from neighborhood and community organizations, as well as some business representation from Venture Portland and other places, and also included developers and architects and brokers from commercial real estate firms. And we selected that committee because we felt it provided a broad representation of varied interests in the mixed-use and commercial development market and could offer a variety of perspectives. Some of those members are here today, and you'll hear from them as part of the testimony today. We didn't ask that group to come to consensus because we knew that some of those issues were contentious and there might not be consensus on them, but they did act as a very effective sounding board in letting us know from their perspectives what would work and what did not work in terms of the proposals. Just a real quick review of what the mixed-use zones project is affecting. We are creating 4 new zones that will replace the existing commercial zones in areas outside of the central city and Gateway for the most part. So those are all the neighborhood commercial zones, the commercial storefront, general commercial zones. CX and EX applied outside of the central city. And corresponding with that, we'll have a new zoning map. I'll show you more detail on that in a minute. As part of that, we're rewriting the commercial mixed-use section of our base zone, and that is section 33-130 of the code. And we've got some new FAR structure and a structure of bonuses that we'll be talking about, and new development and design standards in that section of code that would implement the new zones. We are creating a new Centers Main Street overlay zone to try to help reinforce certain areas in town with active uses and a more pedestrian emphasis. We'll talk about that in more detail. We are expanding the area of the design overlay zone to respond to some of the larger development that we're expecting to see in the future, particularly in areas where we're expecting higher growth, and that's in the areas, if you recall from your comp plan discussions, that are primarily identified as mixed-use urban center. And then finally, we've got some new transportation requirements centering around transportation demand management and parking that we're proposing. So really quickly, this graphic, you recall from last time, kind of shows in a summary fashion what we're doing with the new codes. The top graphic shows essentially the type of development that can be done in our current CS zone, commercial storefront zone, which regulates the non-residential portion of development with floor area, but allows residential units to be built to the maximum height and maximum extent of the setbacks of the zone. In the new proposal, we are resetting the floor area ratios for those and also looking at the different height limits allowed in those zones. But the new floor area ratios allowed would be include residential rather than exempting it. So it shapes the floor area and the building envelope differently. And we're adding a number of development standards that are not currently in our code to address some design features that we've heard about from the community and other sources. The bottom of that graphic shows what can happen with bonuses. The new system does leave an allowance for additional development potential, an incentive zoning type program that we're introducing that would allow additional floor area and in some cases additional height if a development project provided certain public benefits. We had a lot of discussion about what those were, and we've winnowed that down to the center around affordability and one that focuses on allowance of historic floor area from historic resources. Just to review the 4 zones, the first one on the left is the small scale zone, commercial mixed use 1. It would allow a 3-story scale of development, a base floor area of 1.5 to 1, bonusable up to 2.5 to 1. Commercial mixed use 2 is the next size up in the spectrum. It would replace our medium-sized commercial zones, CS, CM, and some CG, and commercial office 2. It's based around a 4-story development scale or a 45-foot height limit, would allow a base floor area ratio of 2.5 to 1, bonusable up to 4 to 1 floor area ratio, and in some locations, an additional story up to 55 feet. The commercial mixed use 3, which is the third one on the list here, whoops, sorry. There's the pointer. Would replace our large scale zones, our CX and EX that are applied outside of the central city. This CM3 zone would allow 65 feet of height limit, which is the same as EX now, or 6 stories, a 3 to 1 FAR as the base, bonusable up to 5 to 1 with a potential for a 7th story in those bonus situations. And then finally, commercial employment is a 4-story zone that's intended to be more auto accommodating and more employment focused than the mixed use zones in that spectrum. It would have a base FAR of 2.5 to 1, bonusable up to 3 to 1. All of the zones allow a broad array of uses. They allow a variety of commercial uses, although in the CM1 zone, the size of those uses is fairly limited unless you're on a large lot on an arterial street, because those are zones that are typically intended to be applied in more neighborhood settings, but they range to a broader array of uses. And then again, the CE would allow the broadest array of uses with some auto-accommodating uses. All allow residential, but there's no bonus available for residential and the commercial employment. And they all allow some amount of light industrial uses, and they allow institutional uses, which are similar to our existing zones that they would replace. I mentioned that there is the incentive zoning program, which would provide a bonus for projects that provided public benefits. Earlier, we had several bonuses. Those were winnowed down again to those that are centered on affordability and some historic resource transfer development rights. And one could earn bonus floor area by providing some amount of the floor area for affordable housing units that are affordable to folks making 80% or less median family income. And one could earn up to 100% of the bonusable floor area or the height by providing that. And right now that is structured at, you would earn this bonus if you provided 25% of the floor area over the base allowance to earn that additional floor area. Affordable commercial space would receive up to 50% of the floor area maximum for commercial space at the ground floor that was provided at 25% below prevailing market. The idea would be that you would receive 2 square feet of additional floor area for every 1 square foot of affordable commercial provided. And both of these programs we're coordinating with our partner bureaus, the Bureau of Housing and PDC, on the administration of these bonuses, which are still in process of working out these administrative rules, but the basic parameters are set in the code. And then finally, the historic resource transfer would allow one to transfer floor area from a site that is a historic resource to another site and add development potential to that receiving site up to 50% of the floor area. We have another development incentive called a planned development bonus. We talked a little bit about this last time, which would allow additional height and the additional FAR allowed by the bonuses for sites over 2 acres that go through a type 3 design review that is intended to look at the site planning of these developments in order to transition the edges to the neighborhood scale. And these developments would need to provide a combination of affordable housing, a public open space, and low carbon buildings to meet that planned development bonus incentive. We do have a new zoning map, and you've got this in your document, and I'm showing it here. It's a bit hard to read here, but that shows the array of new zones applied throughout the city. This was based initially on a conversion table that tried to convert the existing zone to the closest corresponding new zone in terms of scale and development allowances. There are some exceptions to that, and I'm going to go over some of those in just a moment. There was some fine-tuning based on criteria that were applied by our district planning colleagues that looked at special situations, and such as non-conforming situations, and made adjustments in the zoning based on that. And then there were some other proposals that came through the mixed-use zones project that further modified that. This next slide is one of those modifications to the zoning map, which is the low-rise storefront commercial area proposal that's in the code package. This proposal identified several selected areas for changes in zoning pattern, reducing the zoning potential from CM2 to CM1 in key areas in response to community feedback we had about the scale of development and community testimony on the comprehensive plan about preservation of kind of key commercial nodes in certain areas. And the idea behind this proposal is that we would apply in several commercial nodes that were identified on that map, a CM1 base zone with a lower height limit of 35 feet, and then through the M overlay zone, which is applied in the neighborhood centers that these are located in, some additional FAR above and beyond what the CM1 would typically allow, and provide some larger allowances for retail and other commercial uses, and some additional flexibility for lot coverage and required reduced required landscaping. And the idea behind this, again, was to respond to community feedback about the scale of development and potential change in these cherished commercial districts. This is a fairly controversial proposal. We expect that you'll hear quite a bit of testimony about this particular one. Another proposal that's part of the zoning map is the Center's Main Street overlay. If you'll recall, this is applied within the established town and neighborhood centers that are distributed throughout the city. This is an overlay zone that would be applied on top of the base zones in these areas shown on blue here, and it's really kind of the center of the centers, if you will. And the idea behind this area is that in addition to the base zones, we would emphasize these areas for some aspects that are above and beyond the base zones. We would require commercial uses at the ground floor, so you couldn't do an all residential project in these centers Main Street overlays. We provide some flexibility for the height of ground floor retail uses in these areas to provide for high ceiling retail, an additional 3 feet in the CM2 and CM3 zones. We're asking for more rigorous ground floor window standards to address the pedestrian environment in a more significant way, and stronger street orientation for buildings than we might in other areas. And then we're further limiting or prohibiting non-pedestrian type of uses in areas where we might have more flexibility for that, particularly in outer East Portland or West Portland. We are expanding the design overlay zone into the red area shown on this map. This corresponds to the mixed-use urban center, very intense areas that we discussed earlier and are shown in the comprehensive plan. And along with that expansion, those are the areas primarily where the 5th story would be allowed in the medium-sized zone. So the idea is we were marrying the idea that those mixed-use urban center comprehensive plan designations and the mixed-use civic corridor comprehensive plan designations, where we have the allowance for more intense development. We're combining that with the design review and suggesting that that's the appropriate level of regulation to allow the taller buildings that would be allowed in this particular proposal. One thing that we are doing is removing the buffer overlay zone in selected areas. You can see that along 82nd Avenue primarily here, but in some other areas throughout. And the reason for this is that in our base zones, we are incorporating buffer-like overlay provisions that buffer residential uses from some of the commercial activities on these sites that the buffer overlay zone did through an overlay, and we felt that the buffer overlay was therefore redundant and could be removed. Finally, last 2 slides, we've got a number of development standards that we've talked about in the past that are changing in the code. They include things like stepping down to residential zones to limit the height and the impacts to those zones where residential is directly adjacent to commercial. We're talking about requiring step backs on narrow streets, particularly in the CM3 zone, to better scale the development to the width of the street. We're asking for design features such as a facade articulation for large building planes and limiting the length of buildings to prevent very large buildings over 200 feet. We are setting new lot coverage and landscaping standards based on pattern areas, which we're trying to respond to the varied pattern areas in Portland, the inner Portland neighborhoods, which are much more urban and streetcar focused or streetcar era focused development, versus the eastern and western neighborhood areas, which have different characteristics. So there's different development standards there. Overall, we are increasing the requirement for ground floor windows from 25% to 40% in most of our commercial zones. And then for mixed-use developments, for residents, we're proposing to require outdoor areas of 48 square feet per unit that can be provided as individual areas such as balconies or collective areas on site. And then finally, the last slide of these development standards, we are expanding exterior display allowances in most zones to allow display of merchandise legally. A lot of places do that now, oftentimes not legal, expanding that. We are continuing our existing code's prohibition on drive-throughs and some auto-accommodating kinds of development in some zones. in this case, prohibiting those types of development in CM1, 2, and 3, allowing them outright in CE, and then we have a special provision because we are prohibiting them in a larger map area than before. We're allowing a rebuild potential or an expanded rebuildable potential for drive-through developments in the CM2 and the CM3 zones to acknowledge the existing drive-through facilities that are out there and provide flexibility for them moving into the future. In terms of parking, we are relating parking requirements closely to transit service. So where transit service is good, we're requiring less parking as our code currently does, but requiring more of it where transit service is not sufficient. And we are broadening allowances for commercial parking in most of the zones. And then finally, similar to our multifamily residential zones, we are proposing to require neighborhood contact for new developments for developments that have over 10,000 square feet or 5 residential units. So I haven't covered every nuance of the code. There's a lot in there, but I wanted to cover the highlights with you, and happy to answer any brief questions before we move on to testimony. And I should acknowledge Bill Cunningham to my right, who's been a key member of the project and has worked throughout the project on many of the code elements as well as the comprehensive plan policies that preceded that.
Thank you, Barry and Bill. Are there any questions? Chris?
So a couple. For the low-rise retail program, what were the criteria that you applied to select the locations where the CM1 zoning would be applied?
I'm actually going to ask Bill if he can go through some of that. He was heavily involved in that analysis.
We looked at a number of criteria. One key thing we're looking at was identifying places where you had concentrations of low-rise, 1 to 2 story, older streetcar era buildings, storefront buildings specifically, and really looking at places that amounted to at least a small district of a couple blocks. There are a lot of, it could probably be characterized that most of our mixed-use zoning outside the central city is fairly low-rise in character now. What is rare is having concentrations of shoulder-to-shoulder, older storefront commercial buildings. So really identifying where those old streetcar era storefront buildings were, where the concentrations were large enough so that it was at least a couple blocks or 400 feet. And again, looking at where the predominant scale was no more than 1 or 2 stories. And we have a summary available we could share if any committee members or commission members are interested in it, that has mapping for each one of the analysis areas, as well as some analysis areas that didn't make it into the CM1 zoning proposal.
So I'm sorry. So it was a matter of building form and age rather than testimony from specific neighborhoods, or it was fairly objective criteria?
Yes, we heard some testimony from neighborhoods specifically saying that their specific area had a great collection of older Main Street buildings that they were concerned about destroying the character, but we did want to go out objectively to find out where are places across the city that might have those characteristics, so that we could have a more consistent policy approach and application to a zoning code approach to address those low-rise old Main Street areas.
And as Bill said, we have a draft report that we're intending to post between now and the 17th, so you all can look at that. We can get copies of that to you as well, and the public should be able to access that on our webpage if they have more detailed information that they need on that.
I might just note one thing. We were not attempting to determine any historic significance of these buildings. We weren't looking at whether there was social significance or whether their architectural integrity was intact. In many cases, a lot of these old streetcar era buildings have been modified a whole lot over the years. So it was by building type and where the concentrations were.
Okay, my other question is the use of the phrase auto-accommodating. In reading the documents, I get the sense that you're using the term accommodate perhaps a little differently than we do on the transportation side, where we talk about being designed for some mode and then accommodating other modes. So I get the feeling that where you're saying auto-accommodate is a little bit more like designed for primary access by automobile. Is that a fair characterization, or am I misreading that?
I'd say we are trying to balance both pedestrian and transit orientation and auto access in those auto accommodating zones. I guess I should make a distinction. When we talk about auto accommodating, I think we're talking about developments that would, provide ample opportunity for parking on site and things of that nature versus auto orientation which would be uses and development that are really intended to serve primarily autos. So the quick vehicle servicing and the drive-throughs are primarily intended to serve autos, whereas the auto accommodating would be building orientation and parking arrangements that are more accommodating of autos. Do you want to add anything to that, Phil?
We did, one of our proposed amendments is a change to the definition of auto accommodating. The current or existing auto accommodating definition says it's characterized by buildings that often don't have any windows along the street frontage, where the entrances are oriented towards the parking lot rather than the sidewalk. In truth, our zones have evolved over time so that while we accommodate we allow parking to be accommodated, we still want entrances and windows oriented towards the sidewalk. So our change in definition explains that they're characterized often by larger parking areas and are often a hybrid with pedestrian orientation, and they typically are in zones that also allow drive-through facilities. So I think we have no purely auto accommodating in terms of all its orientation type zones. There's always, especially in transit streets, some accommodation too for pedestrians.
Okay, I think as we get into the testimony from some of the grocery store chains, we'll have a chance to dive into that in some depth.
If I can just add one element that was proposed in our code, we didn't touch on it here, is that we did make some changes in I believe the provision's called setbacks for large retail uses. And if you hadn't seen that, we have a provision in our code that allows a deeper setback and different kinds of building orientation for large-scale retailers. Up to date, the threshold for that is 100,000 square foot of building, so a pretty large building. It would require pad development up front and parking lot arrangements that are more urban than typical, but it does allow that orientation where buildings can be set quite far back on the lot. We're proposing to reduce that threshold size to 60,000 to accommodate a broader array of large-scale retailers in that net.
Are there other questions?
I keep seeing the bonus, and that was one of the idea of the bonus is that builders would get a bonus of space if they fulfilled certain requirements, and I'm just wondering how that works with inclusionary zoning, which just came through, and I know that was asked before, and I still don't have a clear idea of how that will work. And the other thing that I also, when looking through the testimony, somebody said something like, it was cynical, but they said that the bonus, this kind of bonus could be scammed, and the builders scam these kind of bonuses. And so I was just wondering, how could someone like myself know whether that was true or not? And so I'm curious.
So
Yeah.
first question was, how will the bonuses comport with the new inclusionary zoning? And, we're still in the process of doing that. As the report indicated, the city's in the process of looking how inclusionary zoning is going to be play out both in our current code, which I think there's a desire to look at something in the near term, and in our longer term or our new code. We do think that the structure of the base and the bonus does provide for one of the options that the legislation envisioned, which was there's a return that a developer providing affordable units will get for providing those affordable units. And I think
Right.
one of the menu of choices is additional floor area for providing the affordable housing provision. So I think, the answer is the jury's a little bit out still as to how that will completely be implemented, but we think that the current proposal that calls for the area over the base regulation to be at 80% MFI and providing the bonus on that is very much in sync with what the or the inclusionary zoning legislation envisioned. And I will have to get back to you potentially on the 17th with more information or at the work session on exactly how that will play out, but we think they're synced up. The other thing that in response to the second question, is we did quite a bit of economic testing and modeling on that, on the bonus structure itself, to see how that plays out and if we had the FAR level set properly and how development would work in terms of its financial feasibility at different levels. And in our testing and modeling, it looked like that the incentive was an incentive when development was providing that affordability at 80% of MFI. I know there's been some discussion about whether deeper affordability would be feasible in such a structure. Our initial modeling indicated that it would be pretty challenging and that it would not be an incentive for developers to provide any affordability if the affordability was something below the 80% level, but certainly that's a question that could be talked about more, and we can bring you more information about that economic work that we did on that. We're still waiting for a final report from our Eco-Northwest consultant that did the final round of modeling on that, but I should have that between now and the next hearing and can share that with you via email.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
So Barry, to stay on that just a little bit longer, when you're saying that the bonus system is kind of in sync with the thinking on how inclusionary zoning may get implemented, but the difference would be if inclusionary zoning got implemented, you're now going to be required to provide a certain amount of units. So it's no longer a bonus, right? It's just outright going to be a requirement that a certain percentage of your units are affordable. Therefore, as your offset, you're giving what would now be termed as bonus area to it, which would lead me to believe that now becomes part of your base development, and therefore there is no bonus FAR anymore because it just became part of the base because you're requiring affordable. Am I following that?
And we're working through that detail right now. I don't know that that's the outcome of this or not.
Okay.
We're still working through that detail. Looks like Joe wants to jump in on this.
If the bonus, the part of the way the inclusionary housing program will work is that there's a requirement to provide units, and there's a requirement to provide some level of benefit in return to the developer. So if we design it to use the bonus as that sort of return or level of benefit during the mandatory program, then a version of what you're saying could be the way it works. You just sort of get that bonus with, but you also have to provide the units, and it's part of the mandatory program. It could work out that we make that part of a optional program that's in addition to the mandatory program, and none of that's been figured out. The other kind of things that you can provide as benefits could be tax exemptions and STC waivers. There's a list that's in the state law that you have to offer one of for the mandatory program, and then there's this open opportunity to come up with other benefits for the optional program.
So just my thoughts on that would be, if you go the route where FAR becomes just as a part of that offset for mandatory inclusionary zoning, I would hope that we then look to other opportunities or carrots for bonuses. And of course, now that maybe it doesn't quite work because we're getting buildings that are bulkier, but I guess there's other things, other offsets. I don't know what it would be, but since we focused all of our energy on making sure that bonuses go towards affordable housing to date, and therefore, I guess where I'm going with this, are no longer maybe doing other incentives in part of the menu, perhaps there's an opportunity to think about that a little bit.
And I think you will hear testimony on that. As I said, there were more options on the table, and those were reduced, really trying to focus on the affordability elements. And now that we have new legislation, that may be a topic for further discussion. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I
was just going to thank you for fleshing out my thoughts there. And, but also just that I would really like to see those before we pronounce on this. Is that going to be what will happen?
Commissioner C, the inclusionary housing program? Is
Pardon?
Which part do you want to see?
The
or- sorry.
bonus, that bonus structure. I'd like to see, what is going to be the final form before we decide on this, or is that, am I being naive, or?
No,
Yeah.
the inclusionary housing program, when it's to be adopted, to be created, will come through the Planning and Sustainability Commission. It requires changes to Title 33, the land use regulation. So that will be coming through the commission for review and approval, and then through City Council for review and approval. The timing of it is that we we are not going to be able to get to the Planning and Sustainability Commission with the inclusionary housing program until October, I believe is the schedule. Because it's going through its design and expert panel process right now. The desire of the Housing Bureau and the Commissioner Saltzman's office is to try to get an inclusionary housing package to City Council by the end of the calendar year. So we've built a schedule to attempt to do that. When you're looking at this proposal,
Yeah,
you're seeing a bonus that sits in there that's related to a certain amount of additional development entitlement for a public benefit. So, and here, you've got the affordable housing bonus and a couple others. The inclusionary housing program will have the same kind of structure. It's going to be a benefit in return for, in the first instance, required production of some affordable units or payment in lieu. So when the inclusionary housing program is settled, potentially by the end of the calendar year, we'll be back, or it will actually be at City Council by then, we hope, this mixed-use zoning project, and through a public hearing process, we'll have to replace the two. We'll have to redesign that particular bonus provision to work with the inclusionary housing program. So your charge on this sort of version is to make sure that the bonus structure that we're bringing through with the mixed-use zoning project here is sound and works on its own, because it could turn out that that whole schedule and that whole sort of idea of getting to a mixed inclusionary housing program doesn't pan out that way. But what we do know is that we have a bonus provision built into this code that makes sense, that, and works on its own terms. If it needs to be switched out because of the inclusionary housing program, depending on where the mixed-use project is in the flow of decision-making, that may be done at City Council, it may be coming back here, but we'd like to stay on schedule with this project because it's part of our completion of the comprehensive plan. Whatever gets approved here, too, with this mixed-use zoning and the other sort of Task 5 projects that you're getting, have to be submitted to the state, so would not become effective until at earliest 2018 because of that review by the state period. With an inclusionary housing program that could be adopted by the end of the calendar year, that would go into effect 30 days after City Council adopts it, and we'd have to structure it to be able to do that. 2018 comes, when the new code comes in, we have to swap it out to a version of that program that works with our new mixed-use zones, our new institutional zones, our new, other zones that we're changing with the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so it's a
helpful.
complicated schedule, but we're trying to meet multiple objectives, and I guess
So this could be changed, is what you're saying?
totally could be changed. But you're going to see what it would be changed to. And we want to make sure that we have a bonus proposal built into this code that works regardless. So in case that's the program that goes on into the future.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Eli?
I'm appreciating Commissioner Larcell's issue with the timing, because in some sense, this code downzones a lot of the city, so you have to earn it back by providing affordable housing. As a strategy we could accomplish without inclusionary zoning being legalized. And so it's a little hard to do a lot of downzoning, hoping that people will earn their way back up. And maybe only 10% might. I guess I read that as one estimate. And because there's plenty of, now that IZ is passed, there's plenty of other ways to provide a little incentive, as you mentioned. So it does feel a little bit difficult to think that we have to commit to a set of zoning designations now, knowing that it might be a lot less dense, you might get fewer homes, and be committing to that before we know how inclusionary zoning plays out.
Well, I guess perhaps one follow-up on that would be, if they take a different route on inclusionary zoning and don't use FAR, then it goes back to, let's look at the FAR bonus system and figure out how to encourage developers in another incentive way to
But our
take up
base
the
zones might be
bonus.
all set a story lower. than
I understand the
otherwise we're
base zone, but let's say, I don't know, let's go back to the bike locker thing. Okay, add the bike locker, now you get another bonus FAR amount, and you could still encourage perhaps that extra development.
Right.
one quick question for you, and then we'll get on to testimony. Do you have an image of one of the buildings with the setbacks along the corridor?
I don't have them. I just gave,
Okay, that's fine.
yeah, I can bring those to the next session or
Don't-
after testimony's over. I have a whole
I think I
PowerPoint
can
of
ask
those, yeah.
without it.
Yeah.
I just was going to be helpful for others, perhaps. Along the corridors,
I
right
think-
now, the setback is along the corridor that's being proposed, as well as along the, say, the neighborhood property line. What about the side street? In every image that I've seen, that side street is building the wall all the way up with no setback, which I find interesting as a philosophical concept. So why does a corrugating setback when it tends to maybe be more commercial, more heavily intensive with development, yet the side street's kind of that transition, yet there's no setback there?
Probably a nuance to that that Bill might be able to explain.
The corridor setback, I should highlight that it only applies to a small selection of outer corridors, of Barber, 122nd, Outer Division. It does not apply to any of the inner corridors, and it would look similar to the PCC new building at 82nd and Division. A bit of a setback, but it was intended to respond to concerns we had heard about the trying to create a positive street environment along very heavily trafficked major arterials, providing a bit more space for people and landscaping. So it would not generally apply to most of our commercial corridors, a small subset. And the setbacks adjacent to residential, they're not a radical difference from what we have today. That 10-foot setback if you're abutting a residential property. Right now, we have a somewhat complex calculation for setbacks that range from 8 to 14 feet. And we're simplifying things and following what applies in the community design standards.
That
Were you
wasn't
talking
quite my
about
question.
upper floor step backs? I'm sorry.
The upper floor setbacks, which you addressed, which was great, but what I'm curious is why not the side street?
The intention was when we had done our original urban form or building prototype modeling, and when we are showing a setback at the top floors, say at the 6th floor, on all the street frontages, you ended up with something that looked a bit like a pyramid, and people were not really happy with that. And the reason why we're focusing at that setback, which only begins above 5 stories on the primary corridor, was that that's where you have your lengthy stretches of the commercial mixed-use zoning. The side streets, because it's often no more than about a lot or a block deep, there was less of a concern about having the side elevation without a step back. And there's also some concern about making sure that we don't make the building construction too complex. And if there's a need to have a stairway or elevator core going up along the side of a building, we didn't want to preclude that opportunity in all cases. So the upper step back is applying to the primary corridor front edge to avoid very lengthy stretches on narrower streets of, say, 6 or 7-story buildings on narrow 2-lane main streets.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Am I on? This is picking up on something Eli said about downzoning. And reading a lot of the testimony that's come in about downzoning, it seemed to me the primary concern was the properties that thought they were going to be CM2 and became CM1. And as I understand, the primary motivation for that is what you talked about, is trying to preserve some of the scale in a number of Main Street areas around the city. So is that correct? That's what's driving what's being referred to as a lot of the downzoning?
It was intended to be a pretty strategically applied downscaling. And if people are curious, we did run some numbers on what the impact in housing capacity would be. I think we have about nearly 100,000 additional housing unit capacity in our commercial mixed-use zones, and we estimate from the CM1 proposal that there would be a loss of a little bit less than 800 units out of that 100,000 total capacity, so a little bit less than 1% of an impact. We have not yet done the total analysis of overall capacity given all the changes, but looking only at the old Main Street CM1 zoning approach, it looks like a fairly small percentage of the overall capacity.
But again, that was a very strategic approach, and it was a result of comment we had heard consistently in the mixed-use zones project from folks showing up to PAC meetings and at other public meetings, and then again, based on comp plan testimony late in the game.
Right, but it was sort of a morphing of where the project started, as I understand it, that it originally was intended to mimic as closely as possible existing zones to new zones. So this was a place you made a strategic, subjective decision to.
It was a strategic decision, and it was made after the discussion draft document was out in the fall, yes.
Okay. One more question. This is really what I wanted to ask about. Eli, you had said that, and this has been a concern of mine, that we're artificially lowering FARs in order to have developers earn back a more reasonable FAR through housing bonuses. In this case that we're talking about, the CM2 to CM1, that's not what's going on, or am I missing something? Eli, can you help me as well? In other words, we're not looking at CM2 to CM1 down zonings as an affordable housing gambit. Yeah, okay.
No, the CM, in the areas that we're proposing for the CM1 and the low-rise storefront areas, that really is a kind of a different, there are bonuses available in the CM1 to earn additional floor area, but it is a reduction from the CM2 overall. So that is it's a parallel idea that you could earn additional development potential in those areas for providing that public benefit of affordability, but they're very different zones in terms of their scale and the amount of area that you could earn.
So commissioners, if we could probably move to the hearing, because we're going to have work sessions and can follow up, if that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, so if anybody is here who would like to testify for the mixed-use zone project and you have not filled out a card, please go outside the room, fill out a card, and bring it up to Julie. With that, we'll get rolling here. Doug Klotz, Vicky Skira, Susan Lindsay, and I want to remind everybody you've got 2 minutes, so please keep your testimony to 2 minutes, and I will be politely asking you to wrap it up at 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Doug Klotz, and I understood this is this group of us is those who are on the PAC. And I'm proud of the 2 years I served on the PAC. There was lots of capable and involved members on the committee and a lot of long hours of meetings and walking tours and outside work by members. Staff did a good job laying out the options, and many good changes were proposed. Staff came up with the bonus scheme, which was, as Eli has noted, to tamp down the allowed density and allow developers to bonus up to the original height and even higher when providing community benefits, such as affordable housing. Now, many on the committee had doubts about this and whether it would actually provide the affordable housing that it was credited with. Moving on the committee, unfortunately, several subsequent studies and testing by consultants and staff showed that, in fact, the scheme would not work very well. But staff continues to be optimistic, and they're continuing to do tweaks to try to get a little more, the testing to show that a little more of it will be taken advantage of. Some of us, though, think that this plan would only reduce housing capacity overall in all the CM2 zones and not create the affordable housing it is supposed to. But as Barry noted, also, and many of us in the committee were blindsided by the low-rise commercial downzoning proposal, the CM2 to CM1, which came in at very late in the process. And you'll hear testimony today about that. But I want to repeat that I think the staff did a great job with all these complex issues, and I want to thank them for their work.
Okay. Chair Schultz and Commissioners, my name is Vicky Skria. I'm also a Policy Advisory Committee member. I actually have written testimony that I'll pass over there. I don't want to repeat a lot of what was said about the process. It was a good process. Just suffice it to say that it was mind-boggling kind of information overload, and it was very challenging, and there was a lot of discussion and give and take, and so where we ended up on a lot of things, where the staff ended up on a lot of things was kind of like in a compromised position. So I wanted to talk about 3 things. One is affordable housing. So the discussion that already occurred was close to my heart. Keeping Portland, Portland. through this process, and some of the issues related to overlays in existing plan districts. Regarding affordable housing, my background is in affordable housing and specifically housing for the very lowest income people, those in the 0 to 30% range. And I am concerned that the way the bonuses are structured, we keep planning things that address affordable housing here when the need is for the lowest income people at the very, bottom of the scale. So I would like to, and just to illustrate that, people at 0 to 30% of income, 30% of income is $15,000 a year, 60% of income is like $30,000 a year for a single person household, and 80% is $41,000 a year. So to really address homelessness and get people off the streets, I think we need to take some bold moves. I think there's ways that we can do things with the bonuses to make them more effective and more utilized. What I would like to see is a consideration of providing gradations of bonuses, where the greatest bonuses are allowed for providing the lowest rent units. And I do believe that there needs to be some marketing, like where, and maybe a new business model where private developers are invited, provided technical assistance, figure out ways that they can partner with housing, nonprofit housing providers to make this work better than it has in the past. That's what I would really like to see. And then,
Thank you, Vicki.
oh, sorry.
Next up is Damian Hall, Tim Bruner, and James McGrath.
Hello, Chair, members of the commission. My name is Damian Hall. I am a member of the PAC and want to testify in that regard, but I also am a land use attorney with the firm of Ball Janik. So I have separate testimony for a client that I would like to also provide to you today. I want to do the PAC thing first, make a clean break, and then go on to the property-specific testimony. So as far as the Project Advisory Committee, I'd second a lot of the compliments that you've heard for the staff and the work that they've done in putting together a thorough and well-conceived process. And that process, although we met here in this room, it didn't just happen in city offices. We took it out to the community with a lot of surveys, tours, open houses, outreach to neighborhood associations and businesses. What that really allowed the PAC to do was hold a community conversation on some of these high-level issues that the commission has sort of honed in on, sort of the scale of the development and the realities of the growth that's going to come in these areas that are so close to single-family residential neighborhoods. I think what we've come up with through that process is a smart approach to sort of modulating building envelopes to manage impacts to those residential neighborhoods as well. So what you've had was a good process from the outreach to the level of detail and sophistication of some of the underlying analysis on which this proposal is based. And what I think that's resulted in is a really good product overall. A lot of discussion with the community, and a lot of finding the middle ground so that no stakeholder groups are really, their interests are put above others. That being said, I think the Commission understands this, but I'd urge you to think long and hard about the low-rise storefront potential and some of the issues associated with that. Some of those areas are the more desirable areas for potential redevelopment in the corridors and centers, which is why they're so controversial. So downzoning them out of the gates may not be the best idea.
Thank you, Damian. So did you fill out a card for your client?
If you look where I represented, it's just one card. I put a PAC/the client's name. So
Okay.
how would you like to proceed with that?
I would like the pack to finish up, and then I'll call you back up.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
But you might want to stay for questions, just let everybody else get through real quick. So Tim Bruner.
Don't go away.
And then James.
Good afternoon, I'm Tim Brenner. I was on the PAC committee. I think the best way to explain it is it's been probably about a 18-month sprint, especially for staff. They've done a wonderful job, I think, incorporating not only the PAC, but the community as a whole. I own a property in the Gateway area and represent East Portland on the PAC. And so my focus right now is really more East Portland. How is East Portland affected by this new zoning? Concerns that I have really is East Portland is a unique place. I mean, we have many very unique districts in the city of Portland. I think that's what makes Portland what it is. It's a wonderful place to live. My concern is that we have a lot of properties, very large pieces of properties in East Portland that are now having this pretty intense zoning, CM3 zoning, CM2 zoning. And it's the same type of zoning that you'd have in inner East Portland. And they're very different places. And so the CE zone seems to be a little bit more of a reasonable zone for many of the properties that are not around maybe major hubs like where light rail passes and stuff. And as it leaves from that hub, it needs to maybe step down. That hasn't been done to this point. We have had some discussion with staff. There has been some changes to maps, but I don't think enough has been done for that. We talked earlier, it was brought up about auto-oriented development or auto-oriented, East Portland is full of auto-oriented development. That's actually part of the character of the area. That's what Gateway was known for when it was originally designed and created. And there's a lot of businesses there that are auto-oriented. They're very successful businesses, and I don't think we want to lose sight of that. We do believe that with good design, you can have both. So we want to make sure that we maintain viability for these existing businesses to expand and to grow, even though they're auto-oriented. A CM3 zone might not allow that. So we want to just have you consider how these businesses that are existing can continue to grow and expand and thrive.
Thanks, Tim.
Yep.
Hi, thank you for your service. James McGrath. I served on the PAC as well. I want to commend staff. I think the work that's been done has been sincere and intelligent, and it's pretty sophisticated stuff. I have 3 points sort of from the inside, having sat on this for 18 months. I have some skepticism. I'm generally very, very, very supportive of this. I think the simplification of the palette of zones is commendable. But I'm not sure we got this grand compromise right, where we lower entitlement and we bonus up and extract value. I'm not sure the bonuses that are left on the table are actually showing uptake. I think that's what some of the consulting work, that's the last time we saw the consulting work, is that the affordable housing bonus as put forward doesn't actually work. It doesn't have much uptake. So I'm not sure we're achieving the ultimate goal of the project to address fit and form. I think the fact that the bonus structure is going to give back a lot of the bulk doesn't actually address some of the issues that I thought were the origin of the project. Item number 2, I think the center of centers, reducing things to the single story in the center of the centers, is antithetical to the comp plan. I think that's the point of the comp plan, is to double down on centers and corridors. And the fact that we're eliminating the possibility of going big at the heart of these places is problematic from a long-term perspective. And then I think there's a reliance on the expansion of the design review process to adjudicate fit and form, and I am reluctant to do so because I think both the prescriptive and the discretionary processes that we have before us in the design review need some work, and there needs to be a commensurate investment in solving those problems before we rely even more heavily and in a broader geography on that system.
Thanks, James. Are there any questions? Yes, go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, through you. Good presentation, and appreciate your service as well. I know your answer to this, James, because you just gave it to me. And I'm curious for the other two gentlemen. This issue of affordable housing bonuses, will it work? Will we get the FAR, or are we simply artificially lowering FARs with not a good likelihood of getting the bonuses and getting them up? Succinct answer, do you share that same concern we just heard voiced, or are you guys more optimistic than some of your other PAC members?
I might be a little more optimistic than that, but looking at the analysis, a whole lot of economics was done about the value of each additional unit that you can get with FAR bonuses, and it wasn't really a clear green light that this would be widely taken advantage of. So it wasn't at the 80% MFI level, it wasn't clear that there was no value, but it was kind of uncertain as to how popular it would be with developers. So that is a concern.
Go ahead, Andre.
So I'm trying to discern between the bonus and affordability of housing. And so I guess for all three of you, is it the bonus system itself that there's just not, from your view today, there's not a value there to buy back or claw back that height? Or is it affordability that you're not in favor of and the bonus just doesn't work because, hey, I would build it or not?
I'm definitely in favor of affordability. We need more affordable units. The question is the economic offset of if you require a certain amount of units in a building to be affordable, that's less revenue to the developer. The idea with the bonus is to offset that loss in revenue to create an incentive for them to do it. And the question is whether or not the actual amount of additional units total overall you can get would be sufficiently valuable to create that offset to incentivize that behavior that we're basically relying on to meet the full FAR. And that's what I'm saying. It wasn't really clear that is synced up and would be a really popular thing.
And that's today or over 20 years?
I believe that the study is looked at over 20 years, but
we haven't seen the study, so.
Oh yeah, there's a very thick and sophisticated economic analysis.
It's in our files.
Yeah,
We do have it, yeah.
Do we?
Yep.
The city hired outside consultants to do it, and it was well done. So I'd say take a look at that.
Go ahead, James.
My answer would be that yes, affordability is important. I'm not sure this is the right tool. I'm not sure. I think the studies will show you that this better not be the only tool we have to deliver affordable units. I think the other thing, there used to be more bonuses on the table, and those were slowly removed. And those bonuses related to the issues of fit and form, which was, I guess, my understanding of part of the chartering of this group and this task was to provide more certainty and to modify buildings so that they would have better fit and form with the community. The bonuses that seem to be left on the table for your consideration don't address those issues at all. That's not to diminish the importance of delivering affordable units, right? So it's I sort of have I'm skeptical on both counts.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick follow-up. I'm sorry.
I'll say something too about it, since I think you're addressing it to all three of us, right? My concern about the affordable housing, I do believe we need it. We just need to make sure we spread it around the city. We've seen way too much of it in East County, so just want to get that out.
I'll pass. Okay, thank you. Damien, you can go ahead and stay. Jennifer Furness, Jay Eubanks. Why don't you go ahead and get started, Damien?
Thank you again. Still Damian Hall, here on behalf this time of my client, Joe Angel, an individual who owns commercial property around the city, really with 3 specific requests related to 3 properties. I'll submit this in writing as well for the details. I'd say look to the letter because time is short. The first 2 requests really have to do with opportunities that are lost by rotely following the conversion chart as far as the zones go. And we would suggest different zoning for specific sites. One at 12225 North Jansen Drive. It's a restaurant with a drive-through, and as you know, the CE zone is the only zone that allows drive-throughs. It's currently proposed to be rezoned to CM1. We'd request that it be CE to allow the drive-through to remain a conforming use. The second property is 6454 North Greeley Avenue. That's currently the corporate headquarters for Mr. Angel's outfit, and they also service their company cars there. We think that based on the characteristics of the site, and including accessibility to transit and the level of the street traffic around there, it would be better to rezone that to CE as well as opposed to the CM1, which is proposed. And this is one of the under the comprehensive plan zoning. Those are the 2 options that are available. The third property is on 82nd Avenue, 3830 82nd. Again, a restaurant with a drive-through. This time it is proposed to be rezoned CE, but there is a caveat in drive-through being approved outright where the drive-throughs are actually prohibited within a certain proximity of residential zoning. So that would, even though it's in the CE zone, the existing drive-through would be made non-conforming. So we've proposed a text amendment, and I would encourage the Planning and Sustainability Committee to review that, and what it does would basically create a policy of a safe harbor for existing drive-throughs. And
you,
more
Damien.
detail in the letters.
Yes.
We read in our materials that there were some provisions that made it much easier to rebuild existing drive-throughs that might be losing their existing zoning. Does that not address the concerns your client have?
Well, first of all, as proposed, that doesn't apply in the CE zone. So there's this caveat. So CE zone allows drive-throughs outright with a caveat of not in certain areas adjacent to residential. And then that provision of being able to rebuild beyond the non-conforming standards doesn't actually currently apply to the CE zone. We would think it's better policy to just simply kind of make a safe harbor for existing drive-throughs and then regulate new drive-throughs as is being proposed so that new drive-throughs aren't established in zones where the city doesn't want them and aren't established adjacent to residential in a way that would impact that, but that these existing ongoing use drive-throughs and restaurants can go on as they are.
So if I could follow up on that. You are the first of what I think will be many people asking us for a rezone to CE in order to preserve drive-through opportunities. I'm curious about the calculation by your client to trade off what I believe would be more FAR in some cases in order to preserve a drive-through. You know, we're engaged in a 20-year project here to create some fairly intense centers. Over that 20 years, you know, would your client see the opportunity to forego the drive-through in order to get more intense development as a positive trade-off?
So that is an interesting trade-off, but specific to these requests, the one on Jansen Beach or on Jansen Drive, it's from CM1. We're requesting to CE, so it's actually additional FAR.
Okay.
But the drive-through is the main driver of that. And the other one is a text amendment to remain in CE, but be allowed to stay conforming.
All right. So my question probably belongs to somebody else then. I'll look for an opportunity.
But I think you're right that you will be hearing more requests along these lines.
Go ahead, Andre.
Just a question on this. So there's a trade-off, as I understand. You're trying to preserve that, but also it would appear increase the ability to have more auto-oriented access. I guess, I don't know the auto-oriented, but more auto access through what you're proposing. Is that correct?
Well, I think your description of the policy trade-offs are correct, right? So the city wants to allow for preservation and existence of existing auto-oriented businesses, but also wants to regulate where you can have auto-accommodating features such as drive-throughs.
Yeah.
What I'm proposing, I think, is the optimal way to address both of those policies, because what it would do is allow for the preservation of the existing drive-throughs so that they remain conforming uses and have certainty about being allowed to continue into the future, but also would impose the regulations that the city wants to see on new establishment of drive-throughs. So those would be limited only to the CE zone with the current limitations of existing next to residential. So I'm trying to thread that needle.
and the idea is that without threading that needle, being a non-conforming use is something that if you changed the business has changed, you would have to go to the new code. But if they continued to exist as they do today, there would be no required change.
So many of these restaurants with drive-throughs and similar uses with drive-throughs are on long-term leases that allow tenants to remodel or modernize once every 5 years, once every 10 years. Coming in to do those improvements, if you're a non-conforming use, triggers a whole host of requirements and expenses that otherwise would not be triggered. What it creates is a disincentive to invest in the property, even though that this use is going to be there for the long term, one way or the other. So that, and well as uncertainty around financing of improvements. So and all of these disincentives create a less attractive, even I would say, built environment.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jennifer?
This is Arlo. We are residents of Selwood Moreland, and we love it. Arlo and I spend many afternoons sitting in the front lawn, and he knows everyone because he asks everyone their name. It's a very special neighborhood, and it is predominantly a family-oriented neighborhood. It's a neighborhood with a long history. I believe it was founded in, 1892, and it was primarily occupied by mill workers and streetcar workers who worked in the big city, and then they came home and they made themselves a hometown. It's a 20-minute neighborhood. We have a bank. You can walk to the grocery store. It's a lot of the things that when I hear about urban planning, it's what we want. We want walkable, pedestrian neighborhoods, and this is a neighborhood that's been walkable and pedestrian for over 100 years. West on Southeast Milwaukee has been around since about 1840. It was first brought by pioneer settlers who also made their homes and built something reminiscent of their hometowns on the East Coast that they had left. Again, it's a very small, walkable community, and it's cherished by those who live there. We have so many people walk by our house every day, and everybody's walking to coffee, everyone's walking just to enjoy it, and the neighborhoods all know each other. A concern we've had as a neighborhood, while we know that density is a huge part of the future of the city, and we embrace that because we moved to a city and we want the interactions of people and neighborhood, and that's why we live there, we are concerned about the design requirements. Some of these buildings are over 100 years old, and there's a neighborhood that is cherished not only by those nearby, but thousands of people, Eastmoreland, Reedway, Woodstock, people who come from quite far to go to our Westmoreland Park, that all cherish these central main communities. I know that Smiles requested in the past a design overlay requirement for Southeast Milwaukee and Southeast 13th in the main city center. I know that some people regard it a hassle, and some people regard it an expense. But
Jennifer, can I get you to summarize now?
This
Thank
is
you.
This is a place that has been cherished by pedestrians for nearly 200 years, 1840. And to have it trampled over without regard to pedestrian smart design, such as that is being overlaid in Southeast Belmont, parts of Southeast Hawthorne, would be a travesty, because we have something special and we should make an effort to grow, but to grow smart and to grow with history in mind and the future generations that will also walk these streets.
Thank you, Jennifer. Jay?
My name is Jay Eubanks. I want to talk to you about Woodstock, which has become a thriving, wonderful walking neighborhood in which to live. However, we have, can you hear me all right? We have one.
If you could speak in the microphone, that'd be helpful just for TV.
Closer to the mic.
Yep, thank you.
Testing 1, 2. There we go.
There you go.
But we have one huge white elephant in the room. I don't know whether it's on this side or this side, and that is that we have absolutely no affordable housing or any plan for it, okay? The average mortgage in the Woodstock area is $1,600 a month. The average house rents for $2,100 a month, and the average apartment is $1,300 a month. And I have the comps here for you should you wish to see them. And that does not include utilities. The people who work on Woodstock in the banks and the restaurants, the grocery stores, and the shops cannot afford to live there, okay? Folks, this is economic segregation. We've seen this in other areas. It's not good. It's not good for a community. Under the new CM1 guidelines, our old shabby building at 46th and Woodstock would be replaced with a new one with a retail shops in the bottom and 1 or 2 floors of expensive apartments on the second or third floors, okay? If it qualifies for the CM1 setback. If the city mandates affordable housing in those upper 2 floors, it would make the whole project financially unfeasible, okay? Under those circumstances, we would not upgrade our building, nor would anybody else on Woodstock. We'd let it stay where it is. If the area were zoned CM2, it would allow an additional floor, which would make smaller, less expensive apartments economically viable for that area. The only way we can achieve affordable housing on Woodstock, people, is to build up, because we can't build out.
Thank you, Jay. That's 2 minutes.
Actually, I timed this. When did you start? When I sat down?
You'll have to ask Julie. I don't know. I'm just following the lights. Sorry.
I have a question for Jay.
Shoot.
Great.
So Jay, there's a lot of testimony that Woodstock should be CM2, not CM1. And that gets to this idea of the low-rise commercial areas. So it seems to me that your neighborhood almost as one voice is rejecting that idea. So are you worried about losing the character of your commercial area?
Well, let me explain that. First of all, there is the New Seasons building, the new building with new character that was just okayed by city planning and built, okay, at 40 feet high, 5 feet that exceeds the CM1 zones. So apparently the city agrees with me because they've already exceeded their zoning change. Number
Well, you're
two-
assuming the city is consistent from day to day, which is not always true.
Well, that's why I'm here, folks. It's not. Okay? Now, the other thing is, you're asking about my specific building, next to this New Seasons supermarket, which exceeds the building code by 5 feet, is my little cement building that looks like a World War II bunker. Okay? It has no aesthetic value at all. It has the looks that only a mother could love. Okay?
So this is not quite to the point of my question, so let me refine it a little bit. So
I got in my point, though. That was.
I get that any individual property owner may want the greater density allowance for economic reasons. The question is there an essential character to the Woodstock neighborhood that's lost if we simply made it all CM2? Is there something there we'd be giving away that's valuable to keep?
Oh, no. In a single word? 2? No.
Okay, thank you.
I'm entertaining more questions. I
Thank you
have
very
20
much,
minutes
Jay.
of testimony I can't give.
Appreciate it, Jay.
Thank you for your
Next
service.
is Beverly Bookin, Angie Evan, and Lori Flynn, or Lori A. Flynn.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Beverly Bookin, and I am representing Bruce Ammond, who built the New Seasons Market building at 4500 Southeast Woodstock Boulevard. And his property is among those in a majority of the corridor, the Woodstock corridor, that is being proposed now to be downzoned from CM2, which was the original thought, to CM1. He recently completed this building in 2015 under the development standards of the storefront commercial zone and under the much less generous development standards in the CM1 zone. We'll have a building that's significantly now non-conforming for both size and height, and it's not 5 feet, it's 8 feet, because the highest point is 43 feet in a district that allows a 45-foot maximum. Our understanding was the district was initially to be a CM2, and it got swept up into the low-rise commercial district study, and as a result has being proposed for what would be downzoning. And it's important to note that that staff then created a new Center's Main Street overlay zone, which essentially gives back many of the restrictions taken by the CM1, except for height, and even then his building remains non-conforming. Though there are a coalition of us here, and the fact of the matter is that the Woodstock corridor is not typical of other corridors that were included in the low-rise study. It is not a typical streetcar era corridor. I've submitted several pictures of buildings up and down the corridor in my written testimony that show that the buildings date from all genres and all periods. And moreover, the spine in the area, Woodstock Boulevard, is 80 feet wide, which really is more appropriate for taller buildings than the maximum of 35 feet. So these are reasons why we believe that not only should the new market site, the New Seasons Market site, be reconsidered for CM1, but that the entire corridor be so considered.
Thank you, Beverly. Angie?
Hi, and my name's Angie Even, Hi, my name's Angie Even, and I have been a community leader in the Woodstock Business District for over 30 years. I'm here to represent myself, but I'm also authorized to represent the entire neighborhood. I have in front of me, and these have been submitted, letters from the Woodstock Stakeholders Group, which is the community property owner group, the Woodstock Neighborhood Association, and also the Woodstock Business Association. And as a neighborhood, we oppose the downzoning of 7 commercial properties within the Woodstock core. We do not believe that the criteria was met. And the other elephant in the room is that this was community-driven. It was driven by 5,000 signatures that Multnomah Village collected. We don't feel that that represents our voice, nor that we should be included in this downzoning. Woodstock actually talks to each other. We have a great infrastructure of groups. We have our own vision. We've created our own plan through a charrette process. We've submitted that in the comp plan. We do not agree with any of this, because of some of the reasons that have already been discussed. We do have one voice, and that voice is no. Woodstock would like to have our commercial zoning reestablished to CM2. We'd also like to be excluded from this process and any other further consideration. If this is overturned and then overturned again and goes to City Council, we didn't ask for it. We don't want it. I also own a property within the downzoning, and so I'd like to just advocate for that for a moment. I feel that this is taking Woodstock in the opposite direction as the 2035 comp plan. I'm a commercial property owner. I am not a
Thank you, Angie.
developer. Yes, I understand. I'm not a developer.
Thank you. Please
and-
wrap up. I
Okay,
appreciate it. Thank you.
sure.
Lori?
My name is Lori Flynn, and I own property in both Woodstock and on Fremont. And both properties have been in my family for close to 70 years, and I'm a third-generation owner. I'm fortunate to be a member of the Woodstock Stakeholders Group. We were informed of these proposed changes quite by accident. We met with a few city representatives who explained what was behind this proposal. Being told these buildings were historic in nature, pre-streetcar, I believe was a word used. There's nothing historic about either of our properties, and I really question if anybody went to our neighborhood sites to really get an idea of how this was going to work. I'm new to city planning, but I was very offended when I was told that this was politically motivated. So basically, it has nothing to do with our thoughtful planning of our commercial neighborhoods. And to be told that if we can't convince you to make this change, that we have the opportunity to go back and buy our rights back. We're a family, our limited resources are limited. We're not property developers with deep pockets. Our Fremont building does not have a property owners group, so I'm on my own, which is my guess that in most neighborhoods you selected that that's the case. Our building in Fremont was built in 1951. It's not pre-streetcar era. And the way it looks on the proposed maps is we're going to be very short compared to all of our neighbors around us. This is not planning, this is political. I hope you'll agree that this is wrong. It does not fit into Portland's growth plan. Taking property rights away is a very bad precedence. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
A question?
Go ahead.
And just full disclosure, Angie and I met last week when she wanted to raise some concerns. And I think you were getting to, but ran out of time, the question of whether commercial property owners, separate from developers, had representation in the stakeholder process. And if you just want to take a minute and share that, that might be helpful to the commission.
I appreciate that. No, we did not. I went to 2 meetings, went to 1 presentation, read the minutes of the CAC committee. I talked to 2 of the members, and also watched the briefing that happened March 22nd to the commissioners. And the thing that I find most interesting is that in each of those meetings, in each of those instances, it is cited that residents, business owners, and developers were engaged in the process. But nowhere in that do they say commercial property owners were involved in the process. And commercial property owners don't necessarily mean you're a developer. We've owned our property for 25 years and we're new kids on the block. The idea that we are grouped as, that we are the developers or that we aspire to, build the big bad wolf buildings doesn't make any sense. The reason why you have these small districts with these what people call quaint or cherished cores is because you have local commercial property owners that bought those properties, invested in them, have owned them for decades, and haven't changed them because they bought them because they loved their building. I would be one of those people. I plan to pass my building to my children. I don't plan to sell it or to develop it. I do not understand why, if the Woodstock neighborhood can get together and talk about this, that the city couldn't talk about this with the commercial property owners. I think maybe Woodstock's a good model for other neighborhoods, that maybe if you bring everybody to the table, you might be able to find common ground and solutions rather than fighting and getting signatures to oppose your neighbors, because commercial property owners are neighbors.
Thank you. Next is Tim Evan, Pat Derringer, John Duaney. Danny? Two N's, that looks make much more sense.
It's my penmanship.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Tim Even. I'm here to ask that Woodstock be exempted from the low-rise down zone. I learned about this change approximately a month ago, and I own a commercial property at 4412 Southeast Woodstock. I have been engaged in the comp plan since its conception, as we've been working with the neighborhood and the city to clean up different split zones and other zones and make a uniform zone for the whole neighborhood so we can vitally grow and be vibrant. And so this new surprising zone map change to downgrade my property and the others in the 3 blocks on Woodstock is really confusing to me. The 3 blocks are currently zone CS, and the change to CM2 is already a down zone, and this additional downgrade to CM1 is a second hit. It's not fair, it's prejudicial. Woodstock is a small district. We can't afford to lose the opportunities in the core of Woodstock. It's trying to finally grow after years of being left behind by the city. The buildings selected on Woodstock do not fit the criteria for historic preservation. They are not quality buildings and include the New Seasons building that was built in 2015. It was built to the current CS code. It takes up almost 30% of the area that the city picked for Main Street low-rise. Only 2 of the buildings in this area were even there when the streetcar was there. I believe the city failed to do their work and meet their criteria on this, so that's another reason Woodstock should be exempted. Woodstock Boulevard has an 80-foot right-of-way. At that right-of-way, it should even have a greater zoning than CM2. So a CM1 is very inequitable. Woodstock did not ask for this. The idea that one neighborhood in Southwest could force this onto 14 neighborhoods on the east side of the river is wrong.
Thank you, Tim.
If some of these 14 east side neighborhoods decide it's for them, that's great, but it's not for Woodstock. Woodstock has its own vision. It put together its charrette and its visioning and submitted to the city and the planners.
Tim, thank you.
And we want to be exempted, period.
Appreciate it, thank you. Pat?
Hello, I'm Pat Derringer. Thank you for your time. I write Derringer Properties, stakeholders, property owners on Woodstock Boulevard. Here's a letter that my brother and I, business partners, had put together regarding this issue, and I'll just go over a couple of points. The most recent zoning map proposal reflects last-minute zoning changes that came as a surprise to many. In the heart of the Woodstock Business District, properties currently zoned CS that should receive an unbiased and lateral change to the new CM2 zone were changed to CM1, a down zoning. Woodstock Business District should be exempt from these recent changes in proposed zoning recommendations. Our community never requested nor wants to be included in these proposed changes. And that's followed up, backed up with the neighborhood association support, the business association support, as well as the stakeholders, the property owners' support. There was no outreach to our Woodstock community to get feedback on what was important to our community. Instead, a broad brush approach based on criteria created to satisfy only a couple of noisy neighborhoods was inconsistently applied to our Woodstock Boulevard. Furthermore, the city staff appears to ignore the response from the Woodstock Community Outreach and Visioning completed in a charrette conducted in response to the already given as testimony in Portland's comprehensive plan. In regards to our one property that's affected by this, which is 4411 Southeast Woodstock, it is our hopes that you do take the Woodstock neighborhood out of this proposal, and that, but the 4411 building then would be a CM1 building in an ocean of CM2. And that's just bad planning to have two different properties just isolated like that in a much larger zone. So we request that you'd add that to the CM2 in anticipation, again, that you revert back to the original plans.
Thank you, Pat.
Hi, I'm John Denny with Portland Nursery, and we have a simple request. We very often have a hard time fitting into the codes as they're written because they don't normally think of nursery when they're writing the codes. For us, greenhouses are equipment. They're for protecting plants from the elements, and we would like to request an exemption for greenhouses in the normal FAR calculations.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you, gentlemen. Doug Kohlberg, Jackie Strong, Douglas McCabe. Okay, well, he'll be up right next, right after you. You each get 2 minutes. Chuck can go right next, right after you.
Ready? Yep. My name is Doug Kohlberg, and I'm helping a couple of properties on Fremont, Stanich's Restaurant, Settlemeyer Jackets. Those companies have been in those buildings for over 50 years. They own them. They're not developers. Their property is proposed for the CM1. They feel the CM2 is a better zone. This property is surrounded by the cemetery on the north. It's got streets, Fremont, 49th, I think it is, on the west end, and a three-story building on the other end. So it's kind of the end of the line a little bit for the Fremont commercial stuff in that area. With the cemetery back there and the streets, not a lot of impact on people. Already out there, a four-story building called Beaumont Village was approved by the city. It's all built, all constructed. The ability for a better development using the CM2 rather than the CM1 is what these landowners hope that their zone will be. If you got any questions, feel free to ask me.
Not yet. Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Thank you, Doug.
That's it. Go Beavers.
Jackie?
Hello, everyone. My name is Jackie Strong. I represent the Strong family, and what we're requesting is that our property be zoned as CM2 versus the proposed CM1. We have several reasons why we are proposing that. One is that we've lived in the community right across the street from the proposed property since 1956, over 60 years in this community. Another piece is that we have experienced gentrification as property owners in this area of the city, northeast Portland. And it's a big issue because gentrification affects people of color most seriously. I also want to say in relationship to that, that we are also intending on trying to do a project that is a mixed-use project that would bring some affordable housing to this area, core area of the city that has been greatly gentrified. We are a mere short walking distance from all of this hub of activity that's going on all around us to the north, south, east, and west. And for us to be zoned at a potential density that is far less than any of those surrounding areas, to me is perplexing, especially when we are the center jewel of all this activity happening in the Albina Arts District, Mississippi District, the Williams Corridor developments, and here we are being zoned at, giving us the potential to put it far less housing than what is happening all around us, and also the affordable housing piece. We've received support from the Portland Development Commission, from the Portland Housing Bureau, from even your committee, the Planning and Sustainability Commission, about trying to possibly do a project there in our area. But again, we're restricted and limited by the zoning that's proposed. We also have found out in our process of trying to examine whether or not we could do a project is that we have the potential to be a jewel of the project, to bring notoriety to the city, and possibly even have a national model that we could sort of say, hey, this is Portland. We're really looking at gentrification, affordable housing, et cetera.
Thank you, Jackie.
Okay. One last point, and I think that what we have there can, like I said, be something that we could all be proud of. So we are asking you to look at that zoning as proposed.
Before you start, Douglas, why don't we go ahead and call up your partner, Chuck, and then he'll be all ready to go right after you. So go ahead, Douglas.
Okay. Well, thank you, folks, and I really mean that. And I'm truly, the community appreciates the time that you sit here. You're not doing it because of the big bucks that they're rewarding you with. And they're going to particularly thank you if you do this one correctly. And as I'm speaking of, changing this from your currently planned CM1 to a CM2. Mr. Strong, who spoke before me, between his property and mine, it goes from Williams all the way over to Vancouver, and I believe with his brother's property from Alberta about halfway down the block. So it's a very large piece that is a prime piece of land, and I think he eloquently described it, saying that it can be a jewel of the city. Almost everyone knows where this property is located when you say Alberta and Vancouver, Alberta and Williams. And it's upon you to make that right decision, I think, in awarding us a CM2 so that, folks, I'm 66 years old. I'm not going to sit around and benefit from this, and I may never see that property get developed. But it's in your hands to make sure that my grandson will, and your grandson and granddaughters will. Thank you very much for your time, and as I started out, the community will thank you. Well, they do thank you, whether or not you make the right decision, because you know, you're employed with making that decision, and I trust that you can do that much better than I could. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. Go ahead.
Members of the commission, thank you for having us here today. Appreciate the opportunity to speak and express to you personally the concerns we have, and I'm representing and working with the Strong family. Property in question is Williams and Alberta. The family owns just short of an acre, which ownership in Portland in that area under one group is unique. As Jackie noted, it does give one the opportunity to plan to a greater scale than some of the other property owners. And as you've just heard, there is a collaboration between those property owners. There's a common voice amongst those property owners that together and individually and subject to a CM2 zone versus CM1, we think we can create may not be a model, but at least it'll allow more planning options to create more things that we think relate well to the community. And whether that be residential, whether that be affordable housing, office, and/or commercial, all of those would come into play. I'm not here to say that we've got all that figured out right now, because we don't. But we're asking for a broader palette by which we can work and try to do that and come before you and present what we would ultimately propose to present. Again, it's a unique piece of property. It's a larger than property under one ownership there, with folks that have been in the community an awful long time. And it's nice to be able to have somebody who's spent the time and invested their lives there to be part of the redevelopment of Portland. I think most people will realize, both locally and nationally, that that's a pretty significant thing that you folks do to make sure this city stays ahead of the needs of its citizens. And
Thank you,
we
Chuck.
appreciate that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Andre.
So, thank you for coming before us, Mr. Strong. A question. So are you intending affordable housing on that project, or were you before, I guess?
Well, our intention is to definitely consider putting affordable housing on our site. In order to do so, there's a large amount of due diligence that we have to go through before we can make that determination etched in stone. And that's why we have Chuck, here to be able to evaluate and determine whether or not, what level or what percentage of affordable housing we can offer. We can't even do that without, as it's currently proposed to be zoned.
And then, so if that was the evaluation, would you look to utilize the bonus as proposed in the CM2 zone? Because that's what you're asking for.
Well, we're asking actually for the base zone to be upgraded from CM, or proposed from CM1 to CM2.
Yeah.
Whether we achieve the ability to access the bonus through the vehicle of affordable housing, we have yet to determine if that's a feasible route to go. We would like to have the opportunity to explore that, and we can't do that with the, let's say, the limited critical mass that would result from a CM1 zone versus a CM2 zone. So as I noted earlier, I'm not here to tell you that we've got it all figured out. What we're asking for is a opportunity to pursue that under a different set of zoning criteria.
And in reference to your question, we have actually gone through the PDC process, the DOS process on a piece of that property. And the potential projects just wouldn't pencil out as it is currently zoned. So we would be faced with the same dilemma.
Go ahead, Eli.
Thank you, guys. What's the current zoning? And I've got one more question after that.
The proposed zone.
The current zoning.
The current zone is CN1, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, CN1.
Yeah, CN1.
Okay. So I looked at the testimony. It was great testimony, and I just want to challenge just a second. When I did a quick look, looked like this project in 2000. I lived around the corner from there at Humboldt, Alberta, for 7 years, and I love that location. But also, it was in 2000. It was it said there's an article saying that for several years we've been trying to do a project there. So I'm just wondering if there's some issue that zoning might not solve if it's been 16 plus years working on a project, or maybe I just got the wrong information there.
Well, I think that, there's probably multiple reasons why it hasn't happened, and we probably don't have enough time to be able to give you the whole litany of what those reasons are. But that's why we're not professional developers. When I said that we had experienced gentrification, there was a person that worked for the city of Portland that red tagged all of our properties and caused us to be in tremendous debt behind just catching up to where we would be able to say we've saved our property and maintained it. I think that's one of the major hindrances that has happened. In fact, the person that was responsible for a lot of the red tagging in the area was dismissed by the city of Portland for actually trying to, take properties from people of color. So that's one obstacle that we had experienced. The other piece is that we weren't professional developers. And part of the equation that happens with people of color is finding someone that we can trust to be able to help move that process along. We're not stupid, so we weren't going to just give the property away and trust anyone that came along. Fortunately, I've been able to to marry into someone who I feel I have confidence with. His sister is my wife, and so now we have a developer that we feel comfortable with, that we can trust, and that we know is going to have our best interest as we have the community's best interest in heart.
Thanks, Jackie. And I'm glad you're married to someone you can trust, or married into a family you can trust.
well, it's funny, Catherine, because
I'm sorry. I'm going to apologize and cut you off because there's a lot of people who want to talk
all right.
here.
Well, go
Okay.
ahead, Chuck. Did you have any more?
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Next up is Mike Connors, Jim Phillips, or maybe it's Fiska, sorry, Cynthia Brown. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name, is this on? Good. Okay. My name is Mike Connors, and I'm here on behalf of Bliska Investment LLC. Should I start over?
Go for it.
Sorry. My name is Mike Connors. I'm here on behalf of Bliska Investment LLC and Space Age Fuel. Space Age Fuel is a local company that owns several gas stations and vehicle repair shops around the metropolitan area. 4 of those are affected by the mixed-use zoning, and we're here to express some concerns about the impact on some of those properties. I have some written testimony, which I'll be submitting, and I'll try to summarize here in my 2 minutes. Essentially, what we're concerned about is that for 3 of those properties, they're going to be zoned mixed-use zones that do not allow for gas stations or vehicle repair shops. Going to render them non-conforming uses, and although you've heard some discussion about the special accommodations for drive-through facilities, and although a gas station qualifies as a drive-through facility, we've been told repeatedly by staff that that accommodation will not apply to gas stations. So for all these properties we're talking about, they'll be rendered non-conforming uses, and they'll have no opportunity to redevelop. What we're asking for is really threefold. First is to rezone zone all of these properties CE, which is the only zone that allows gas stations and vehicle repair shops as an allowed use. Secondly, to consider broadening the mixed-use zones that allow these kind of uses. I know that we're trying to move towards pedestrian-oriented and away from auto-oriented, but in 20 years, people are going to be, the predominant mode of transportation will still be cars, and they need gas, and they need those to be accessible. The third one is to modify the drive-through facility provisions to expressly provide that those same accommodations apply to gas station. There's no reason why a use that qualifies as a drive-through facility shouldn't have the same kind of accommodations, which is, again, one of the goals of this whole process, to avoid converting existing uses into non-conforming uses. And secondly, just one quick thing, a gas station particularly has a challenging ability to redevelop to a new use because of environmental issues. So we don't have the ability to be able to redevelop. What my client wants to be able to do is to upgrade or remodel these facilities. Thank you.
My name's Jim Pliska, and we own several properties in the city of Portland, and Mike has described the 4 properties we have, and we've been in business with those properties for over 30 years. So my challenge is just to continue to run these locations and be able to upgrade the sites when we need to. We want to continue to run our business, not close it down and change it to another use. So we feel we should be able to keep this, the same zoning or similar zoning that will allow us to do this. And I'll be short and simple, and thank you very much.
Quick question. Sure. Oh, okay.
Okay, hi. Thanks for the opportunity to be in front of you guys. My husband and I own the southwest corner of 13th and Tacoma in Selwood, and we're currently zoned CS, and we're here to kind of protest our downzoning to CM1. And we really feel that our property fits all the things that Barry was talking about with regards to being the heart of the Selwood community. We are on Tacoma, which is the major thoroughfare which feeds the Selwood Bridge that we've endured while it was being built. And there are only 4 properties in the Tacoma corridor right there that have been downzoned for CM1, and We're unfortunate to be one of them, but we are at the hub of this community. And this corridor doesn't even just service Selwood, but it serves Multnomah County and Clackamas County. We're the only portion of Tacoma that is 4 lanes of traffic. Our frontage is on Tacoma, while our address is at 13th and Tacoma. And if you look, we've handed this out. Your planning, comprehensive planning, that is pink, that has been downzoned, runs along 13th. And I would like to highly suggest that we are not part of that corridor, but we are part of the Tacoma corridor, which runs east to west. We are the hub of the community, which, you know, has historically been commercial. If you look at our neighbors, our New Seasons, it's Two Banks, it's Starbucks, it's Columbia Sportswear. We are not adjacent to any residential property, and what you're effectively doing is inverting the commercial development pattern for the future, because if you look right below, our picture shows it is going to go along Tacoma, where it's CM, lower standard currently, to being upgraded to CM2. These are historically residential properties along Tacoma, and that's the first place that commercial development will go because it's cheaper. The cost for us at the corner will be astronomical to develop in the manner in which.
Just real quick, Mr. Connors, you mentioned an issue about driveways for gas stations should be treated as other drive-through uses. Can you explain what your issue is?
Sure. So one of the underlying purposes for the mixed-use zoning is to try to match existing zones with the new mixed-use zone and not create non-conforming uses. One of the exceptions to that, which you talked about earlier, is auto-accommodating or auto-oriented related uses. And in order to try to mitigate that impact, the draft project proposes specific allowances in some of the zones for drive-through facilities. Because they're auto-oriented, they will be rendered non-conforming use. So the idea is to try to create certain accommodations under certain circumstances that would allow those non-conforming uses to redevelop. A gas station is listed as one of the types of drive-through facilities, but staff has advised us that they do not believe that that accommodation will apply to a gas station, because from their perspective, a gas station includes the drive-through facility, which is the fuel lanes where you pull up and put your gas in, and then the actual building itself. And so it only apply to the fuel islands. Well, if that's the case, you can't develop a gas station without both components. And so effectively, it wouldn't apply to us. And so for gas stations and gas stations alone, or at least a small group of drive-through facilities, there would be no accommodations, even though some of these zones will render them non-conforming uses.
Got it. Thank you.
I have questions for everybody, actually. I'm going to start with Cynthia, but you guys don't go away. So Cynthia, again, this low-rise commercial is going to be one of the thorniest issues we dealt with. And, you know, I've read, I think, probably close to 250 pages of testimony in the last week. And, you know, there are some clear patterns. You know, Woodstock does not want to be part of this, and it seems like all elements of the neighborhood agree with that. In Selwood, I heard a lot of people say that they wanted to keep that streetcar era character. So now I'm in the place where we've got a property owner who's got one vision, and the neighborhood's got a different vision. So I'm interested in your thoughts on how to reconcile
Well, first off, we received our first notification in October, which said our standing, in essence, wasn't really changing. It was going to CM2. We had no cause for alarm then. It was business as usual. We work in the evenings. We're not part of the SMILE Alliance. However, I have been part of the Selwood Westmoreland Business Alliance, which I served on the board for multiple years. Nobody approached the business owners or commercial owners during that time frame. We had no idea that all of this was being discussed, because we're out there working in the evenings to support these small businesses that are located on this commercially zoned property, which, by the way, we looked for 4 years throughout Portland to find this, and we purchased there because of the zoning, because of the neighborhood, the walkability, all of it. We are totally vested in what the outcome of this Selwood Westmoreland neighborhood turns into, and have been avidly structuring our property appropriately, but this affects the future potential of what that development can be and the financial impact it has on our family.
Okay, thank you. So Mike and Jim, you've got some gas stations, you want to keep running your gas stations, I get that. We've got a 20-year comp plan that says that at the end of those 20 years, vehicle miles traveled will be cut in half, more or less. And we know that vehicles are going to get a lot more fuel efficient over those 20 years. So it seems to me that, you know, if we believe both those things are true, we're going to need less than half as many gas stations 20 years from now that we need today. So, you know, maybe you're going to be lucky and all of yours will still be in business, but it seems to me there's the possibility that you'll want to do something else with those properties. So how do we set up zoning that preserves your ability to do business, but also facilitates the transition that we believe has got to happen for a large fraction of those facilities?
Well, I'll let my client speak.
Wise.
For us to be one of the few, I guess, in the future, I think we need to be able to adapt. And to adapt, we need to remodel our locations to whatever it may be. Maybe it be gasoline, maybe it be nitrogen, whatever it may, you know, the fuel of the future. But we need that ability to be able to change our business. We've been a leader in the, you know, in Oregon in changing our business, and we are a market leader now, and we want to have that ability. Maybe it goes away and we change it to something else. But we want to have the ability to run our business and be able to change it and adapt to the climate. So.
Well, no, as well said from a business perspective. So from a zoning perspective, I think, again, you go back to the goal, one of the underlying goals of this mixed-use project is to try to match the zones to the extent possible and not convert existing uses to non-conforming uses. So the zones that we're proposing on these properties, I think, do fit within the description of those zones, but especially within that area. For instance, there's one particular property where it's all auto-oriented uses in that surrounding area, and it's being zoned CM1. The other way of doing it is through some of the other provisions. For instance, the drive-through facility, expressly applying that and broadening it to the other zones to capture those non-conforming uses that I believe the city should continue to support existing, and as Mr. Poliskas said, remodel or upgrading to current standards, something we all want in gas stations. But at the same time, if the market forces determine that gas stations aren't going to make it, there's not as many needed, then the underlying zoning will then facilitate the redevelopment. But again, I want to emphasize one point, that the redevelopment potential is more challenging to a different kind of use for gas stations because of the environmental restrictions and difficulties. And so particularly for this kind of use, to render it non-conforming use without really not a very easy redevelopment to a different kind of use upside, I think is unfair and inconsistent with that purpose.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So it's 3. We're going to take a quick break for 5 minutes and do a little powwowing. Just as a heads up to all of, excuse me, Katie, sorry. Just as a heads up to all of you who are waiting to testify, I've asked my fellow commissioners to hold on their questions for now so that we can make sure to get through everyone that's here today. If we do that, then we will give you the opportunity to speak today, so don't take it personally if you don't get asked a question. We're just trying to make sure you all have your chance to speak. So next up is Aaron J. Brown, David Schollenhammer, and Brent Carpenter. Go ahead.
Ready?
Yeah, thanks.
Hi, I'm Aaron Brown. You heard from my wife earlier. Our address is 8113 Southeast 13th, and we were also part of the CS to CM1 down zoning. I'm not going to reiterate everything she said. I'll answer the gentleman's question. Obviously, whenever there's development, there's always going to be trade-offs between local property owners and single-family residential owners in the neighborhood and property owners. And my response to that would be that development will happen, and the question is where do you think there'll be the least impact? I mean, if you develop the commercial cores that are not adjacent to residential, wouldn't that be preferable, or I shouldn't say develop, if it was encouraged in these areas rather than areas that bordered single-family residential, wouldn't that be better? And actually, listening to the Woodstock group, it's probably a conversation that we in Sellwood need to have, just to sit down and start discussing some of these things. They're all reasonable people. I'm sure we could come up to some sort of consensus on some of these issues. And then the other thing I'd like to talk about is the Main Street overlay. It's not really talked about a lot, but a lot of these places that are downzoned also have a Main Street overlay on there. And one of the reasons is because they're all, as Barry put it, cherished places. Very proud to be part of a cherished place, but they're all cherished places, and people want them to remain walkable. And so to do that, they put a development, some restrictions on that, some things to encourage a walkable neighborhood. I think that's a far better tool to preserve these areas and make them walkable rather than a strict down zoning, my own personal opinion. But I don't want to reiterate everything my wife said, so I'll cut it off right there.
Thank you, Aaron. David?
My name is David Scholhammer, and I chair the Land Use Committee for the Sellwood Moreland Neighborhood Association, or SMILE. Our commercial corridors are predominantly 1- and 2-story buildings. Our neighborhood is walkable, charming, and was recently recognized by Sunset Magazine as one of the best city neighborhoods in the West. SMILE requests 2 items to help us gracefully accommodate growth. First, SMILE does endorse the proposed CM1 zoning in our low-rise commercial storefront core areas along Southeast 13th Avenue and near the intersection of Southeast Bybee and Milwaukee. This would help preserve the character of these areas and allow continued growth. Otherwise, we fear that our commercial corridors will become undesirable, monotonous 4-story tall canyons if CM2 zoning were retained over their entirety. In addition, we recommend that the northern boundary of the CM1 zone along 13th Avenue be located at Malden Street instead of Nehalem Street. Second, SMILE requests that the design overlay be expanded to mixed-use neighborhood centers such as those in our neighborhood. The design overlay zone and associated community design standards have not been applied to our new commercial buildings, resulting in some unappealing buildings that foment opposition to new development, opposition to increased density, and a belief that the city and developers do not care about preserving the charm of our neighborhood. In the late 1990s, both the East Portland and Southwest community plans were initiated. A Southeast community plan would have followed. In November 1996, however, ballot measure 47 passed, and the resulting property tax cuts led to the early suspension of these programs. Through the Southwest Community Plan, Multnomah Village, Hillsdale, and Johns Landing received a design overlay in their centers. SMILE has the same neighborhood center designation, and we ask for a design overlay in parity with the other neighborhoods. And we do look forward and invite working with property owners such as you, Aaron, to work on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Brent?
Good afternoon, members. My name is Brent Carpenter, and I'm testifying today about our property at 3905 Southeast Main Street. First off, I want to express our gratitude to the mayor and BDS who requested and supported the redesignation of our property to mixed-use civic corridor. 3905 Southeast Main sits on the intersection of Southeast Main and Cesar Chavez. Those familiar with the intersection know that the three other corners embrace Fred Meyer, U.S. Bank, and DeLotte Restaurant. Our property is the only one on the intersection that is not zoned commercial. My wife and I have owned this rental property since 2003, and over the years we've improved this once neglected house into a neighborhood asset. We currently rent out 2 units in the house. Sitting on Cesar Chavez corridor, the house is well suited for mixed use as residential and office space. In that event, we would move our small businesses into the first floor and keep the upper unit as a long-term rental. My wife and I own 2 businesses that both need space to grow. My wife employs 3 agents and 1 full-time assistant, and my company scales to hire dozens of freelancers for projects. Our property at 3905 Southeast Main would provide the space and lower overhead to grow our respective companies and hire additional employees and freelancers. While we're very sensitive to the affordable housing crisis in Portland, we feel it's critical to balance those objectives with the importance of creating real wage-earning jobs. Both our companies are prime examples of the types of small businesses which help create healthy employment opportunities. It's our firm belief that good-paying jobs are just as critical in alleviating Portland's affordable housing challenges. By rezoning 3905 Southeast Main, you'll help small business to flourish in Portland and make a positive impact on our local economy. We support it, the mayor supports it, BDS supports it. It's well-reasoned and sensible. We respectfully ask you today to change the zoning of 3905 Southeast Main to commercial mixed use. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Scott, Libby Albright, Gerald Lindsay.
Good. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Gerald Lindsay, and my wife and I have owned a commercial property at the corner of North Killingsworth and North Albina, which is just across from the PCC Cascade complex. This is an extremely high transit area with 2 high-frequency bus lines converging at this intersection and just 5 blocks from the Max Yellow line. Our property is currently slated to be Zone CM2, and we think it actually meets all the criteria and would be a benefit to the community if we're actually upgraded to CM3, which is, there's examples of CM3 in close proximity along the interstate corridor, which actually arguably has slightly less transit-oriented opportunities. Many of these properties, such as ours, have extra depth. Our property has 140 feet and is in the Piedmont Conservation District, which is a great thing because it ensures conservation of important historical buildings, partially of which we have part of our building is definitely fits that criteria. It's a streetcar-oriented corner building, but the opportunity to for significant new housing is huge in this area and much needed. And we are asking actually for, there's the 2 blocks between Borthwick and Mississippi along the south side of Killingsworth to be upgraded to CM3 consistent with other properties of equal transit importance. Even the PCC transit management plan seeks to have greater housing density in this area. Frankly, in terms of affordability, although the CM2 does allow the bonus possibility, the CM3 actually allows for significantly greater numbers of housing, and we would certainly welcome being part of an inclusionary zone and would result in a net increase in affordable housing if in the higher density. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Libby Albright. My husband and I own a property at 1427 North Bryant. And from our perspective, we're very much in favor of the proposed zoning. In our case, it would be from EX to CM3. which allows higher density, particularly for low-income housing. Portland is obviously booming. People are pouring in, raising home prices and rents for the lucky homeowners. But what about the not-so-lucky ones, the homeless and those who can't afford such high rents? I was originally planning to sell this property this summer. It's 1 block from Interstate Fred Meyers and a light rail station. But as I spent time at the property preparing it for sale, I started to get to know the homeless and handicapped people who spend a lot of time on the street near our property. They are some of the kindest, sweetest, and uncomplaining people I've ever met, which has given me a lot to think about. So I've taken our home on Bryant off the market in the hope that we can somehow develop low-income or homeless housing on it completely. I need to learn who to talk to for more information about possibilities and programs. I've seen some terrific projects, such as one involving micro-housing between Northeast Halsey and Broadway, across from Trader Joe's. Perhaps a project like that could fit on our somewhat not a big enough lot. I like the fact that it's kind of it could be a shared situation where smaller units could be around a central area, and then people could get therapy or medical attention from a central core area. And we're right on light rail, where you can just go right down light rail to the Kaiser Permanente. We're by the Fred Meyers. It could be, to me, it seems like it could be an ideal spot. I'm also a big fan of Orange Splot.
Thank you, Libby.
Hi, I'm Brian Scott. Thank you for your time. My wife and I live at 2624 Southeast Division. Our property was recently included for the long-range plan to change to CM2, which we agree with and support. If you don't know our address, most of our neighbors call us the small house right next to Big Rust, which is the Clinton condo building at 26th and Division that houses Little T and a few other businesses. I understand that you guys actually have the ability now to change zoning for places, but they have to be done on a case-by-case basis. So I'm merely here to state our case for that property changing today rather than changing in 20 or 30 years. We sit in the shadow of Big Rust at least half of every day. We can't find a place for privacy in any of our backyard due to the glass walls that look straight over us. The residential setback that you guys were talking about earlier, unfortunately, did not exist for the building next to us, so we have 4 full stories looking into our backyard. When we look out our windows, we actually look out, as you'll see in the photos, at the sewage lines and the exhaust pipes of their building, and the lights from their garage shine into our windows 24/7. To say that it's not a very livable building is to say the least as a single-family residential home. So we'd like to try and make that something else. I understand from the planners that one of the biggest concerns in making those things change today on a site-by-site basis is basically whether infrastructure allows for those things today. And as you all know, you voted in and watched $9 million in 3 years go into developing Division, including better transit stops, better livability, safety, signage, curb extensions, including public art right in front of our house. In our case, those things are not an issue. Those are already ready for the 20-year plan today, and we would simply like our house to go ahead and be able to have some of those additional functions as well. Certainly open to any questions, but understand the need to weigh everything on a case-by-case basis. I'm merely asking today that you guys rezone 2624 Division to be a part of that plan as it's already ready to be. Thank you
Thank
again.
you, Brian. Terry Parker, Ed Wagner, Michelle Reeves.
Hi, my name is Terry Parker. Adequate off-street parking must be provided with new mixed-use zone development. Design and development policies in the comprehensive plan specifically address the mitigation of off-site impacts on adjacent residential areas. Filling up streets with car storage because adequate off-street parking is not provided is not mitigation. Neither is charging single-family home households a fee to park on residential streets in front of their own homes. The burden of mitigation must remain with the new development, not with existing residents and businesses. Urban form corridor policies address accommodating growth and mobility needs for the people of all ages and abilities and balancing all modes of transportation. Equitably balancing all modes must require providing adequate off-street parking and adding a fee to bicycling when bike lanes take up street and curb space. These policies must supersede the fantasy world mindset of parking management policies that seek to encourage lower car ownership and limit parking for car storage. Missing from the comp plan amendment that allows for adequate parking is the definition of adequate. Although it may be different for the Central City, the Rose City Park Neighborhood Association Land Use and Transportation Committee defined the word adequate as 3 spaces for every 4 residential units. It was approved by the Neighborhood Association Board on April 5th. This language reflects the city's own studies that have found that 72% of households in new multi-unit development have 1 or more cars. In the Portland metro area, nearly 80% of the trips are made by car. Over the next 20 years, car trips are expected to increase by 49% regardless of how much mass transit is added. The best way to plan for transportation needs of the future is to reinforce how people are getting around today. The expectation is that a 3 parking places for every 4 units standard be applied to any new mixed unit use or residential development that occurs on Sandy and anywhere else in the Rose City Park neighborhood. Finally, drivers are the current primary financial stakeholders for all TSP projects. You need to start representing these core taxpayers, agree to some financial equity, and reject discriminatory car hater transportation policies. A paradigm shift is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Ed?
My name is Ed Wagner, and I own the small parcel of land at the corner of Southeast 39th and Powell Boulevard. I hereby request a zoning upgrade to CM3 and beyond. I also request the establishment of transit overlay zones at this and other key bus and rail stops in a strategic and deliberate effort to concentrate densities at transit stations. The intersection and my property will experience activity increases as TriMet implements its express bus service on Powell Boulevard between downtown and I-205. A high-density, multi-story, mixed-use transit station located on my site and contiguous land will serve density goals and TriMet's service most effectively. Lands within 1,000 to 2,000 feet of major rail and bus stops should be recognized as a valuable public assets and granted transit overlay zones, encouraging transit station communities within the GPMA, Greater Portland Metropolitan Area. Increased height limitations or no height limits, maximum FARs, and 0 setbacks will be appropriate. Station development has been considered and truly is the other half of the system and has been ignored to date. The words have been generally sprinkled throughout planning and political speeches and documents, but nothing happens. I'm available to discuss this at your convenience. I know that transit station development is relatively unknown in this area. It's not rocket science, and I would strongly encourage a focused educational opportunity for the entire commission and anyone you'd want to invite to take trips to Vancouver, BC, Edmonton, Toronto, Montreal. The people there are great hosts and would love to show you what they have and how they did it.
Thank you, Ed. And thank you for having such nice printing.
Not my computer.
It looks great.
It does. Hi, I'm Michelle Reeves. I'm a revitalization consultant. I work around the country on issues actually around policy and economic development. So I'm here today to generally testify against the CM1 zone, which I think is awful, and its presence on corridors, and then specifically the spot zoning with it on Northeast Killingsworth and 30th, where I happen to be a property owner, and I'm representing all of the small property owners on that corner who have all submitted written testimony as well. So why on a corridor like Killingsworth Street, a major east-west corridor in our city, do we have any incidences of CM1 zoning? I don't understand it. It only allows for, on a base zone level, 35 feet, which is 3 stories, and 50% lot coverage with the base FAR. So our corridors are where we should be creating more density, not less. We have a huge demand for housing in this city. Where is it going to go if not the corridors? It's not going in the R5 zoning. So we have to have more dense zoning on our corridors. I also want to say that we're not going to get it from these bonus densities. So a lot of people have discussed the challenges with the affordable overlay, but I want to address the thing that nobody's talked about, which is who's going to maintain this giant master database of commercial market rents in every commercial block of this city to determine what a 25% discount of market rate is. That is a completely unworkable system for adding density to these projects. So I can't imagine trying to maintain that. Nobody could give me that job. So I want to zoom in now and talk about 30th and Killingsworth Street. So this is a case essentially of spot zoning. The entire stretch of Killingsworth, every incidence of CS zoning was cross-zoned to CM2 or upzoned to CM3. Every single one except for the spot at 30th and Killingsworth. Yet the buildings at Killingsworth and 30th are exactly the same scale and exactly the same age as pretty much every other node. So earlier a gentleman asked the question of whether or not the city went through and systematically approached this idea of what was going to be downzoned to CM1 and what was going to be cross-zoned. And I would say you can just look at Killingsworth and say very clearly the answer is no. I just want to add very, very quickly that the node on 30th and Killingsworth is surrounded by R2 and R2.5A. R2 is 50% lot coverage, 40 feet. It's actually more dense than the commercial zone at that node. So if there's an earthquake and it all gets wiped out, you're going to end up with a commercial node that is completely out of scale with the surrounding residential.
Thank you, Michelle. Brian Campbell, Bob Boyle. Okay, and Doug Klotz. Okay, and Doug, didn't you go already?
Yeah, Barry told me that I could do one for the, as being a PAC member and another one for this. So-
Okay.
So I trusted I asked that twice. I said,
Okay.
You sure? So, okay, yeah, so this is Doug Klotz, and I'm here representing Portland Neighbors for Sustainable Development. We are concerned about climate change, housing affordability, and transportation. We appreciate the efforts made by staff and other committee members that will result in making Portland more walkable in many areas with changes from CG to CM2 and the Main Street Center's overlay. We are concerned about the whole bonus plan, which reduces capacity while is not predicted to add much affordable housing. Studies at 2 different times found the bonuses will not be taken advantage of at all in East Portland and only rarely in the inner neighborhoods. I think we were told that they expected maybe 50 units a year. Instead, what we'll get is a reduction in housing capacity throughout the city, which is especially critical in the well-served inner ring neighborhoods. This should be reversed and the FAR increased in CM2 back to the equivalent of CS, which is about 3.5 to 1. And instead of using the bonuses, the city should use the inclusionary zoning powers to get the affordable housing. And then they could also go for perhaps 60 or 30% MFI rather than the 80%, which was deemed economically necessary to get the bonus system to work. The low-rise commercial corridor scheme is even more problematic, as you've been hearing. It further reduces density in the very places where we should be increasing it. You know, the centers of the centers. That should be taken back to CM2. And if we're concerned about preservation, I could see a city program to train people how to get buildings put on the National Register, incentives to do that. So we could truly save significant buildings instead of just every one that happens to be one story. And we're just concerned that the restrictions on needed housing just contributes more to the housing crisis in our city, and that downzoning all these commercial properties would have a deleterious effect. We do support limitations on drive-through and oppose rezoning properties such as the Hawthorne Fred Meyer, which have asked to be rezoned to CE. We think that ground floor windows should be something that you can actually see in instead of having the sill up at 6 feet. And there's other things in the letters that we sent you.
Thank you, Doug. Jude Hardesty, Lori Muser, Rachel Ginocchio. I just butchered that, I know.
Okay. Fine, right. Moiser.
Okay. Then Kenneth Eiler. Go ahead.
Okay. Lori Moiser. Thanks for this opportunity. Our family's had a building on 36 and Hawthorne for 60 years. You've heard that before. It sounds like the goal of the city is to increase density and intensity of development within these corridors, and yet
Lori, I'm going to quickly interrupt. It's hard to hear you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
But it appears that the burden is disproportionately placed on those of us within these core areas because it's now we're restricted. So we're currently CS, and now we're CM1, can't go above 3 stories. We started to fix up our building. Now, going to put the brakes on that a little bit. Not sure what's going to be happening here. We'd love, maybe someday to redevelop. We're thinking of going up to 4 stories. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but the idea of then the other areas adjacent to us potentially going up to 5 stories, then you go down to 3. I don't understand how that makes that area more of a main street. We'll be towered by, we'll be surrounded by 5-story buildings, and then we're down to 3. I think what we have already on Hawthorne is a mixture, and we have a nice main street effect already. We have buildings that are up to 4 stories. It's very walkable. It's a frequent transit route. I fail to see how going down to 3 stories creates the mainstream main street effect. And just as the drive-through uses would like to be guaranteed conforming uses, I think a lot of us within these core areas, we'd like to have that potential for the redevelopment that has been in place for many, many years. Nothing's guaranteed and change happens. We're supportive of mixed uses, but this really hit us, blindsided us. I was checking in, through November, December, and then found out about it. Talked to the Hawthorne business folks. A couple of folks really didn't have a lot to say about it. I don't want,
Thank you, Lori.
okay. Anyway, a lot of neighbors are more organized than others, but I think the impacts on these core areas is pretty great. Thanks.
Thank you. Other one of you.
My name is Jude Hardesty. I own a property at 5027 Southeast 70th Avenue, right off of Foster. I have 2 neighbors. One is a residence, the other is Mount Scott Fuel, which is basically a 1 to 5-story high pile of cow manure, volcanic rock, wood chips, etc., which blow across my house on a continuing basis. I've owned the place for 13 years, disabled veteran. I just finished a remodel in turning it from a 1,400 square foot 2-bedroom, 1-bath into a 4-bedroom, 3-bath, 2-kitchen bed and breakfast. It has a carriage house, which I restored, and the initial or original zoning, which it had, allowed for 2 horses and a buggy. That's why I restored the carriage house. Under the current rezoning to CM2, there's nothing anywhere in here, even from 1 all the way up through CE, about horses. I want to retain the ability to have a horse and buggy and 2 horses. I know my neighbors aren't going to smell it over the 3-story high pile of cow manure fertilizer next door to me. So I'm asking that they change the CM2 rezoning to, I don't know what, I'm not a land use lawyer, CM3 or CE with a 2-horse clause. Right now I have a potential buyer out of California that's looking at giving me 8 times what I paid for it so he can run it as a business, as a bed and breakfast that gives horse and buggy rides. And if they rezone it, that sale falls through, and I'm looking at maybe double or triple what I paid for it. So I'm out close to $500,000. And I don't want to lose 12 years of hard work because you guys all of a sudden rezone just before I'm about to sell. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jude.
I'm Ken Eiler, and although I have not seen Lori, who spoke just moments ago, it turns out that her property is right across the street from mine. Our property is located at 3556 to 3568 Southeast Hawthorne. That's at 35th and Hawthorne. Cup and Saucer is there, Cassidy Jewelry is there, Communion is there. In addition, we've got 5 professional offices upstairs on the property. We've had the property since 1986. I join Lori and all the other people who passionately oppose the down zoning to CM1 and the spot zoning in particular of this particular property. I wanted to point out a couple of technical problems with the CM1 for the retail uses that are going on in the Hawthorne area. My wife operated a clothing store for 17 years. My daughter has the jewelry store that's there, and it's been operating for several years. So we're very familiar with the commercial activities that go on in the neighborhood. A lot of what goes on, or not a lot, but some of what goes on involves wholesale activities. And to give you two examples, my daughter in her jewelry store would like to be able to create her own jewelry line, which she would manufacture on site, sell there in the retail outlet, but also sell to other retailers. Under the CM1 zoning, manufacturing and production is limited, wholesale sales are prohibited. Those things are allowed in the CM2 and CE zone, so if you didn't downgrade, we'd be okay. Another example is I've been approached by someone who wants to put a brew pub in there. They would put in a manufacturing facility and make beer on site. They would then sell the beer there, but they would also sell it to other retail outlets. Again, you know, the manufacturing of that product is going to be limited in some way. We've checked with planning, we're not quite sure how, but there's a limitation there that wouldn't work in a C1 zone. And of course, the wholesale sale aspect of it is completely not allowed.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Thank you.
Tom Sodstrom, Tom Brown, Mark, Spory.
You thought Schustrom was hard.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Tom Schustrom. I represent the Building Owners and Managers Association. BOMA is an organization of hundreds of commercial properties, commercial building owners, and commercial industry persons. Sorry. BOMA has some concerns about the multi-zone project. Overall, we think that the time of this project is poor, as has been alluded to some, because the plan does not include the changes that are likely due to the legislature's recent approval of inclusionary zoning. We think there are likely to be substantive changes to the plan, and the approval and implementation should be delayed until those changes can be married into this plan. We think that the use of FAR transfers as proposed is counterproductive, especially as it relates to seismic upgrades of unreinforced masonry buildings. As we read the plan, the actual bonus received is very limited, and the ability to transfer is further restricted by distance and districts. The city's goal of encouraging owners to upgrade may not be helped at all with these conditions. We also think that the use of facade articulation in the plan seems to emphasize design preferences when it really represents a loss of square footage for an owner. The spaces required at 200 feet don't seem to have a purpose other than breaking up facades, but will be a problem for owners and tenants alike. Such a setback can be used for camping or other illegal activities. And we think the handling of parking is not thought through completely. If the number of parking spaces is reduced for whatever reason, aren't we suggesting creating a bias to those who can afford to rent a space if there are not enough spaces to go around? The plan says that spaces may be limited. Do we actually mean that spaces will be limited? A possible result is that spaces are likely to be rented to the highest bidders. Perhaps that's a negative impact on affordable housing. And we also had comments on the changes to drive-throughs, but that's been addressed fairly thoroughly, so I have no further comments.
Thank you. Tom Brown?
Thank you very much. I'm Tom Brown. I happen to be the poster child of CS being converted to CM1. I own a whole block, 53,000 square feet at Southeast Milwaukee and Bybee Boulevard. And I probably should have a CS tattooed on me. I've been buying property in Westmoreland for almost 30 years. And honestly, I never thought I'd have to fight this battle. I've survived the Gulf War. I've survived Y2K. I've survived September 11th as an investor in real estate. I've survived the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. I've survived the financial crisis. And now the biggest threat to my financial viability is my own government. You're proposing to take a third of my development rights away from me, which I value at approximately $3 million. While you're downzoning my property right across the street, it's staying exactly the same or has more development rights. Again, I am shocked that I'm having to fight this battle. They just recently opened the Orange Line a half a mile from this property. And the whole idea of the Orange Line is to have more density. I did submit written testimony from my land use lawyer, and on the back of it, it has a very beautiful picture of a building that you could build right now on a CS zone. I'm sorry that Portland has had some ugly buildings built in its corridors, but that is not a reason to downzone my real estate. You know, this sounds dramatic, but it really hurts that the city is taking away a third of my development rights. You know, I'm the kind of landlord Portland wants, and I've put so much effort into keeping my old crummy buildings viable until I can afford to build new buildings. And now you're throwing this roadblock up at me.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
So, Mark, how do you say your last name?
Strong.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go.
My name is Mark Strong. My uncle had presented on behalf of our family a little while ago the Albert and Williams property. Growing up, I grew up in Portland. I've been the pastor of a church called Life Change Church for the last 28 years. We have a piece of property that's located on between Williams and Vancouver, right off of Fremont. We probably bought the property back in 1996. When we bought it, the whole area was just dilapidated. We remodeled. We were the biggest building on the block, nicest building on the block, but now all that's changed. There are 5-story buildings all around us. We're kind of hit in all of that. One of the things I want to speak to is just in terms of, I think, for the Alberta piece of property, just in terms of the opportunity that's there for that. I think it's an opportunity to meet need for affordable housing, but then also need in terms of bringing healing to a wound that's a part of our community. Being a pastor, we have blacks, whites, Hispanics, all nationalities in our church, but I deal with a lot of the trauma caused by the gentrification, and it's not uncommon for me to hear have people come to me and say, I can't even drive down the street anymore without crying. I can't even go through this neighborhood anymore without having pain hit my heart. It's a real thing. Everybody may not understand that. Our family being a longtime residents, our church being a long-time just institution in the community, there's a lot of responsibility that's upon us. I believe by making that zoning change from a C1 to C2, that gives an opportunity for not just our family, but for long-term members of the community to have something they can feel good about and proud about. I can't tell you how many times people stop me in the store and say, I hope you guys do something with this property. I hope you guys don't sell it. I hope you guys don't do that because we need this. And so my uncle spoke on behalf of our family, but I want to speak in terms of the community in general. And I believe this will have an impact. I believe it gives the city a win as well, too, to help bring a tad bit of healing to some of the incredible pain that's been caused by some good changes, but also changes that have caused a lot of pain and hurt as well.
Thanks, Mark. Luther Strong, Garrett Stevenson, and Allison Reynolds. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Schultz and members of the commission. Appreciate your time today. My name is Garrett Stevenson. I'm representing McDonald's Corporation, and I'm here to make what you probably anticipate is a fairly simple request, and that's not to have 4 of our sites zoned in such a way that the drive-through itself is prohibited. This will make these sites non-conforming. And I'd like to request that 4 of them are zone CE, which currently is the only proposed zone that will allow drive-throughs as permitted use. These are located on Northeast Gleason Street, Southeast 82nd Avenue, Southwest Barber Boulevard, and Southeast Stark Street. And our concern is not just simply that the drive-through itself won't be viable. The concern with McDonald's is that the business itself relies on its drive-through for 70% or more of its total sales. So in zoning these in such a way that they cannot have a drive-through, you're basically in a situation where the main component of your business is no longer permitted under current zoning. You know, I realize that you're legally non-conforming, but that has its own problems. And I think Damian Hall earlier provided you guys a good overview of what some of those problems are when you have a property that's non-conforming and you want to go to remodel or expand it. You know, McDonald's feels that these sites are suitable for CE zoning because the entire area in which these are located has already been dedicated to auto-accommodating development. And it's really not likely and frankly not economically feasible that all of these areas are going to redevelop according to the CM2 or CM3 zoning standards in the foreseeable future. I'd like to echo the comments that Tim Bruner offered when he was talking about East Portland as being already auto-oriented. So we've submitted a letter that basically explains all of our requests in detail. I'd encourage you to look at that letter, and I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Garrett. Allison?
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Allison Reynolds, here to provide testimony on behalf of Washington Real Estate Holdings Lloyd Plaza LLC, who owns Lloyd Plaza, which is a 5.2-acre site located across from I-84 from Lloyd Center and next to the Benson Polytechnic High School. Lloyd Plaza's current zoning is CX, and the comp plan and mixed-use zones projects propose to leave this zoning in place. And we agree that the CX zone is appropriate for this property. Lloyd Plaza is next to but outside of the Central City Plan District, which means it cannot use the Plan District height and FAR bonuses. The new FAR and height bonuses under the mixed-use zones projects also does not apply to CX zone properties, which leaves sites like Lloyd Plaza in a regulatory gap. Under the CX base zoning, Lloyd Plaza is limited to 75 feet high with no potential to earn bonus height. For a 5-acre site, that will encourage development of low, large floor plate buildings rather than mixed use and residential development. In contrast, adjacent properties in the Central City Plan District can earn bonus height up to 325 feet right across the street, and CM3 mixed-use zoned sites can attain up to 120 feet through plan development bonuses. So we propose 2 solutions to this regulatory gap for this property. First, you could amend the text of the mixed-use zones project to allow additional height through plan development bonuses for the CX zones, just like what's available for the other mixed-use zones. This would require the property to be at least 2 acres and provide public benefits. An alternative, you could instead include Lloyd Plaza in the Central City Plan District, which would give the property access to the Plan District bonuses. And at 5.2 acres, Lloyd Plaza has great potential for infill redevelopment and is a logical choice for expansion of the Central City Plan District. It's well served by transit, serves as a transition area between the Central East Side and the Lloyd Center, and is not near low-density residential communities. So we ask you to look at the testimony we're submitting as well in written form that has more details about those amendments, and please consider this request.
Thank you, Allison. Sure.
Would you want to go to CM3 or?
No, that was actually something that was proposed, and under the comp plan, they have changed it back to CX, and we support CX. We think it's a more reasonable base zone, and I think their goal is to eventually be part of the plan district, but if that can't happen at this point, we think that this is not the only property with this issue, so it seems more equitable to actually include them in the text to give CX zones some sort of bonus potential.
Thank you. Next, Seth Trotter, Hillary Adam, Ruth Adkins.
Go ahead. Hi. Hillary Adams, Senior Planner, BDS, on the Design and Historic Resource Review Team. I have letters from the Design Commission and the Historic Landmarks Commission. So I was wondering if I could have 2 minutes for each.
Sure.
Okay. I'm just going to read their letters and extend their thanks to BPS and the Planning and Sustainability Commission, and also their apologies for not being here. Jumping right into the Design Commission's concerns, I'm just going to go through them as they're listed here. Regarding 33, 130, 210 height and 230B, the allowance for 3'6" of additional height for parapets and railings promotes commercial building roof edge articulation and activation of the rooftops. However, to allow further flexibility within the current height limitations, allowing for an additional 3'6" in height at the ground floor level, whether for flexibility or ground floor residential conversion or to incentivize taller ground floor commercial spaces, is strongly encouraged. Regarding minimum FAR, land in Portland's densest areas of town should not be underutilized. The Commission strongly believes a minimum FAR should be established for all mixed-use zones. Regarding building length and facade articulation, increasing the maximum building length from 100 feet to 200 feet is a positive move, but the revised code needs to be careful in how and where these new requirements for facade articulation are to be applied. They add cost and complexity to construction. Regarding ground floor windows, the minimum ground floor window standard should be increased to 50% for all street-facing frontages and also not reduced for secondary frontages. Options for lowering the standard on one frontage or another could be allowed through averaging 50% across all frontages with a minimum requirement at each street frontage. Regarding ground floor window standards for ground floor residential, all of the three options should require pedestrian connection from the street for each unit. As currently written, the code standards on page 131 and 133 would only create raised first floor levels and or landscape setbacks. The increased window requirements, while helpful, only raise the height and amount of otherwise shuttered ground floor windows. Pedestrian entrances directly into these adjacent residential spaces are critical to activating the streetscape. Ground floor residential uses. Allowing ground floor residential units remains a significant issue. Ground floor residential should only be allowed to front a corridor if it is a live-work unit with an individual entrance and a mezzanine for the more private uses of the residential program. Mezzanines are easily achievable when an additional 3'6" in height is afforded to ground floor levels. Ground floor residential facing side streets that are not designated corridors is encouraged but should only be allowed when each unit includes an individual entrance. Regarding energy efficient buildings, it is not clear that the requirement for energy efficient buildings set by the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability would be as noted in these criteria. The otherwise common LEED certification is likely a difficult standard to enforce because the program may change significantly over the 20 years. Other programs with aspirational environmental goals may be appropriate. In any case, it seems acceptable to have more than one accepted standard. And then regarding Division Street, Lombard Street, and Sandy Boulevard, as these three Main Street corridors will be subject to the two-track design review process, it's critical that the community design standards are rewritten and in place at least at the same time MEZ is implemented, if not sooner.
Go ahead, Joe.
In the interest of time, since we have the letters, that's really great. So maybe we could keep rolling through testimony, but if there's something in the
Do you want
landmarks
to
maybe
highlight
wanna
some in
highlight,
historic landmarks?
that would be great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. Historic Landmarks Commission, their main points were that they are supportive of zoning changes that maintain lower height limits in the Little H historic corridors like Hawthorne, Beaumont, Alberta. They supported provisions to add flexibility to parapets to exceed the height. They had concerns about the 20-foot by 20-foot gap requirement in building lengths that were to break up the 200-foot long building lengths. They prefer a solid street wall. And then they strongly oppose reduction of the transfer of landmark FAR from 2 miles to 1 mile because that limits opportunities.
Thank you, Hillary.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you, Chair Schultz and Commissioners. My name is Ruth Adkins. I'm with Oregon Opportunity Network. We're a statewide association of affordable housing and community development nonprofits. And I really want to just weigh in at the high level of urging you to support the prioritization of affordable housing as you move forward. I hope you will move forward with what represents a huge amount of investment of time and effort, an important early implementation for the comprehensive plan. You know, our members provide housing opportunity across the spectrum of need, from homelessness to rental housing to home ownership, including at the very low end of the spectrum, 0 to 30% MFI. And what's really important for us in this crisis is that not any one solution or any one tool is going, or any one partner is going to be able to meet the need. We need to be able to have a full array of tools, including ones like this that's before you today, and lots of folks being part of the solution and providing access and opportunity in every part of Portland in all the neighborhoods. So, you know, we're a proud member and supporter of Anti-Displacement PDX. We want to thank you again for your leadership in ensuring that we have strong equity and anti-displacement language in the draft comprehensive plan. And we feel that prioritizing affordable housing bonuses as part of this proposal is a key piece for achieving those really important goals. We were a partner with the city in the hard-fought battle in Salem to achieve a partial lifting of the ban on inclusionary zoning. So absolutely, yes, we want to be part of the conversation as the staff across different agencies worked out those details for an aligned, comprehensive approach to a mix of incentives and bonuses. But we urge you to move forward with approving this as the prioritization, and then we look forward to, again, working with the city and with all of you, potentially to refine that and have an overarching program that includes inclusionary zoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rika Strong, Barbara Berg, Helen Richardson. Why don't you go ahead and get started?
Okay, so as you can tell, I am part of the Strong family, infamous or famous, right, that have been in front of you today. So during my day job, I'm the Chief Operating Officer for United Way, and I also sit on the board of Clark College Trustees, and I've seen a number of development deals, but with pretty big developers. And one of the things that resonates with me is the ease, or they may not feel like it's ease, but comparing their experience in navigating zoning issues or permitting issues and comparing that to our small shop, my family's business, or my family's desire to develop their property. And one of the things that resonates with me, or that I think about, is that Portland, we like to believe ourselves to be homegrown and to support our homegrown local individuals, and that we should be affording the same access and availability for our smaller community folks to be able to develop their property and allow them the same benefits that larger developers have. And maybe they have connections, they have other ways to push their things through, but we should want to make sure that we're providing the same sort of access for smaller community members. I'm asking or requesting that we move our property that is on North Williams, but off of Alberta, from CM1 to CM2. I grew up in the Portland area. Last month, I took board members and some Metro councilors on a race bus tour, and we start out down Williams Avenue. And I don't know if you know this, but Williams Avenue was a thriving African-American business community. And when Emmanuel Hospital came through there, a lot of those folks were displaced, and people were people who had connections to the community were moved out. I even had an uncle that had a dry cleaning business on that street. We saw the same thing happen again with this last iteration of development on Williams Avenue, where a number of folks felt like they were displaced. And as my cousin stated earlier, our family has managed to hold on to our piece of property, and the community is watching, and they're watching to see what happens with that property. And there are a number of folks who are out in Gresham now who come back to the community, and they wonder if that's going to still be, if there's something that's still there for them. And I'm speaking specifically to African Americans. And so I think it's important that the decision that we make around zoning or allowing our family to shift the zoning It's not just having impact on our immediate family. We know that wealth is directly correlated with property and people who own property, especially in minority communities.
Thank you, Vika.
And so this is an opportunity for you all to make a policy decisions that will rectify or fix some of the problems that were created where equity wasn't included in the decision-making process.
Thank you.
My, there's a lot of you. I'm here in support of the Irvington Community Association's proposed
Can you
amendment.
speak into the microphone? Sorry, it's hard to hear you.
The Irvington Community proposed amendment having to do with the property
And it
on-
might not be turned on. Keep giving this a try.
Hello?
There you go. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Regarding the property on Northeast 15th and Brizzy. Currently, it is zoned a non-conforming R5, and you're proposing making it a CM1. The history of this property is in that it is a very small little commercial plot surrounded by blocks and blocks of residential neighborhood. It started in the 1930s as a little mom and pop grocery store and kind of morphed from there. About 10 years ago, it was remodeled and upscaled. We now have 3 businesses there, one of which is a full licensed liquor, has a full licensed liquor license. What saves us, in part, is that because of the non-conforming status, they have to close by 11 o'clock. If you move it to CM1, they will be able to stay open as late as the OLCC lets them, which I think is 2 or 2:30. And I'm begging you not to do that. I live right next door. We don't think it's appropriate. The Community Association has suggested that either, apparently there's something that if you're 7,500 square feet and less, you can go with the 11 o'clock closing time. This property is at 15,000 square feet. Either give us that limitation or keep that property at the R5 that it is now.
And could you
Did it
quickly
li-
state your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Barbara Berg. I
Great,
live
thanks,
right across
Barbara.
the street. And then I did it in less than 2 minutes.
All right, I'll try to be short as well. I'm Helen Richardson. I live right behind that property at 15th and Brizzy. I completely also support the Irvington Community Association amendment that would allow us, what I really care about is the time limitation. When the Hop House or the latest business came into that area, their plan was initially to have outdoor seating, and outdoor seating is fine, but they also wanted to have outdoor music that would go on until 2 o'clock in the morning or however long it was possible to do that. Given the time restrictions, that hasn't happened. Should this change occur and we lose that ability to retain the hours of business from 6 in the morning until 11 at night, then we have no recourse. We have a wonderful, livable area. You can open your windows, you can sleep with them open when the weather is right. If we have to contend with outdoor or loud music, and I love the sound of people enjoying themselves and having a good time, but not at 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock in the morning. So I also support the Irvington Community Association's amendment to include us with this same issue has been addressed in other areas of the city. What my neighbor refers to is that it's been addressed in such a way as to retain the hour restriction, but only for areas up to 7,500 feet. So what we're asking is that be increased to 15,000 square feet, which is what this little property is, and that would make us very happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Lynn Coward. Woo Choi. Diane Williams. And then after that will be Bitar Companies and Alem. And if there's anybody else who would like to testify, please fill out a card and hand it up to Julie. Come on up, folks. Whoever I called off. I think.
They may have left.
Pardon? It is. So I have Lynn. Yeah, sorry, I just said it really bad, poorly. So come on up, Bitar Companies, just now. Lynn Coward, Wu Choi, Diane Williams, Bitar Companies, and Alem. Okay, so why don't you go ahead and get started? The other two can come up, and the other person can come up right when she finishes up.
Okay, is this on?
It is.
Yes, okay. I'm Lynn Coward. I live on Northeast 17th Avenue in Sullivan's Gulch. I'm coming up here now to ask for consistency in maps. This property is on Northeast Multnomah, and recently, and between 19th and 21st on the south side of the street. Recently, going through council, we have the frontage on Multnomah was changed to RH. This was initially an RH zone. Through the mixed-use process, this got we got zoning. Excuse me, I'm gonna go back. The Central City Plan got amended initially. Now it's been re-amended, but to extend into our neighborhood, and this became CX zoning. So it was picked up in your CM3 comparable. So now that we have gotten the frontage along Multnomah to be returned to RH, this is a council decision, an amendment from the mayor that was passed. The backside is still has a CM3 zoning, which is not consistent. This entire site should be developed together at RH. And when you look at the different maps in the city, you see two different iterations, because one is mixed use and one is coming, I think, from the comp plan. And so I'm asking for consistency. We have submitted testimony on this, and if there are questions about how this has happened, I can try to answer them. And it's also it's between RH zoning and then an environmental zone on the south side as it goes down into the Sullivan's Gulch.
Okay.
So I'm asking that we get the CM3 off of that and that it all go back to RH zoning.
Thank you, Lynn. I do know that since things are overlapping here a little bit, we'll make sure we take note, and if comprehensive plan designations have changed, what is now being proposed by zoning, it will be realigned. So I'm sure staff will follow up.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we kept this before us, and
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Lisa Lucas. The William Frank and Gemma Bitar Companies are third-generation family businesses that started with a single grocery store at 28th and Everett and expanded into commercial real estate in the 20s and 30s. Our portfolio consists mainly of low-rise, multi-tenant retail properties in East Portland, primarily in Laurelhurst, Gateway, Park Rose, and the Lentz neighborhoods. We've witnessed many changes in our 100 years. Our primary concern today are the restrictions on drive-throughs and limitations on ingress and egress resulting from downzoning and the overlay plan. We believe these changes will have negative effects on the business sustainability, traffic safety, and basic access to vital services for those who must use cars. Most of our properties are in areas that haven't seen the boom in real estate value experienced in many of Portland's fashionable zip codes. We also typically are the low-cost provider for comparable spaces. Many of our tenants are sole proprietors of small family businesses. Many come from first or second generation immigrant families. Nearly all provide neighborhood-based entry-level jobs for communities they serve. We're going to give you a couple examples of how the comp plan will affect these businesses and the community they serve. L&K Foods on 82nd and Avenue and Mill Street is a small Chinese market specializing in Asian spices, vegetables, and fruits. Not only do the neighborhoods shop at their store, but customers drive from all over Portland to get these specialty items. Access is directly off 82nd Street, and there's no alternative ingress and egress. The new comp plan overlay wants to close or reduce driveways and direct traffic to side streets, which in this case will funnel traffic directly into a purely residential area with the school. We can't see how this will help L&K and similarly situated businesses or the surrounding neighborhood. Simply put, it's a bad idea.
Popeyes on, I'm Deanna Batar.
Thank you.
Popeyes on 82nd Fremont serves a diverse customer base and trade areas with customers coming from as far away as Southwest Washington to the north and Clackamas to the south. 80% of Popeyes' business is drive-through. They would not survive without it. Two areas of concern seem obvious: mobility challenged customers and families with small children. In both cases, drive-thrus are necessary because such customers cannot leave their cars. Consider the single mom with 3 small children in the car who needs to grab a snack for them between school and soccer or ballet. She can't park the car and leave the kids sitting in it. So, should she be required to unload her kids and shepherd them into the restaurant? And what about parking? We've noticed nobody has mentioned parking tonight, hardly. If we don't allow folks to quickly access food, banks, and other vital services, is the city going to allow additional parking capacity along major transit corridors? What about service-based drive-thrus like Goodwill, Columbia Bank, or Big O Tire? How will these businesses be affected by the proposed changes? Drive-up donations are a critical element of Goodwill's business. Likewise, service stations are totally dependent on drive-through model. Does the city see no place for businesses like these? It seems, what are we doing here? You got me there. Unrealistic to imagine the automobile-dependent business models such as these have no place in the new Portland or mass transit. Mass transit bikes are great, but East County is still automobile dependent and will remain so for the foreseeable future. We love Portland. We appreciate how our land use systems have helped to foster diverse pedestrian culture in the urban core. But let's be realistic. 82nd and Fremont is not Mississippi Avenue. 145th and Division is not 28th and Division. Cars and car-dependent business models are a necessary evil in outlying areas.
Thanks, Diana.
Oh, I just have one more sentence. As the city continues to refine the zoning language related to the comp plan, we and everybody here is asking you to please urge you to build in flexibility that accounts for the individual context of various uses, business interests, and the communities they serve. Okay.
I'll be shorter. My name is William Batar.
More than a
This is my
mouthful.
daughter Deanna and my niece Lisa Lucas. Listen to all this testimony. You folks got a lot of work to do. I tell you that.
And I'm sorry, I might have missed your name.
Bill Batar.
Just making sure. Thanks.
Okay. I'm 85 years old, born and raised here in Portland, and I've worked in the 80s on the Outer Southeast Plan, the comp plan. Has anybody heard of the Outer Southeast? Yeah. Trying to keep our zoning, like a general commercial. And, it's just hard to try to keep general commercial. And with the new mixed use, I mean, that's fine, but I like to see the general commercial stay in the mixed use plan. And we have 18, well, she's not my wife, my daughter. But anyway, we have this drive-through on 82nd and Fremont. It's a Popeyes now. We built it for an Arby's in the 70s. And they want to take that away from us. I mean, it like Dan alluded, what it helps, other people if they can't, if they're not mobile and so forth. And I just can't understand why they want to eliminate from the drive-in facility. And I think that's about all I want to say is that, we hope that we have 18 different drive-through properties. We don't have drive-ins on them right now, but they're possibilities. So you take that away, you take value away from our properties. So, and anyway, thank you very much for hearing us.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Okay. Last three, Diane Williams, Elem, Wu Choi. If there's anybody else who would like to testify, please fill out a card and bring it up to Julie. Go ahead, please, sir.
Hello, my name is Alam Gabrayot. I am a resident of North Portland, Northeast Portland, Boise Elliott neighborhood. I am asking community to support the mixed use that I submitted for the last co-plan process to be included in the zone change. I believe in our neighborhood, I have been in the neighborhood for 32 years, and I have vision what's happening right now in our neighborhood in Williams and Vancouver, and of course Mississippi also. And I would like to see this thing happening on North Fremont part of the street that's becoming developed, and we need more affordable housing and the small business on the street. Of course, big businesses are coming in the neighborhood, and we like to have more affordable housing in the and affordable business space. I have a property on the street that I owned it for many years. I have been visioning this to come to the neighborhood, and we're one of the early dreamers in the neighborhood to come this thing, and I would ask you to include it in the zone change. Thank you very much. And my name is Alam Gabrayot, if I forget my name.
Thank you.
I didn't get where the property is that you have.
It is on 311 North Ivy. It's on west of North Ivy. Of course, on the Ivy side is my property, but it's the property that I have. It's a community garden right now. It's been community garden for the last, since I owned it, over 20 years. And it doesn't have an actual address, but I think it's called 311 West 1 North Ivy.
It's on the corner of Williams and Fremont and Vancouver, around in there.
Yes, it's between Gun Mine and Fremont. I mean, between Gun Mine and Commercial. It's the Boise Elliott Community Garden.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to testify? Okay, guess not. So Barry, why don't you come up? We'll do a kind of a round robin wrap up. And while Barry's working on coming back up, just announce that this hearing will continue on May 17th at 5 p.m. The Portland Building, Room C. That's on the second floor. If you'd like to share written testimony, you can hand your document to the staff at the table, which you can still do so today and as well as May 17th. You can also submit your testimony in writing to psc@portlandoregon.gov or to PSC 1900 Southwest 4th, Suite 7100, Portland, Oregon. We'll accept written testimony on the mixed-use project code through May 17th. At the conclusion of the second PSC hearing, which we just talked about, and we will continue to accept testimony on the mixed-use zoning map through till July 12th, and when the record will close for the composite zoning map, which will include the mixed-use zoning map changes. Okay, Barry.
Okay.
Are there any questions or kind of general comments for Barry before we go on a quick round robin? Wow, that's fabulous. Okay. Is there anybody who feels like just letting Barry know their thoughts from everything that they've heard today? Anyone want to lead off or share? There you go, Teresa.
Okay, so we heard from a lot of people in the Woodstock area, so I just sort of wanted some thoughts about, do you think we should, or has staff looked at that not being in the CM1 small size designation because the neighborhood strongly opposes it, or do you think that there's some other rationale that we need to consider about all the zones being the same?
Excuse me, since there's going to be another hearing, we can, the round robin should just sort of put things on the table for when we get to the work session.
Yeah,
That
I would
be
agree. I don't
perfect.
think we've heard all the testimony yet, but
Yeah.
we certainly could talk about that at the work session, which I would expect to happen after testimony on the 17th.
It's really useful to, if there's questions in particular about what's in the proposal, but also to highlight for staff what they need to come in prepared to talk about when we get to the work session. Thanks.
Go ahead, Michelle.
So I sort of struggle with the nonconforming use issue because I sort of step back from it. And there's the idea that when you rezone an area, you do make some things legal nonconforming because you eventually want them to go away. You don't want them to be there. And we've been taking this approach of, well, we don't want to put somebody in that position, so we're going to work around that. So I look at that, but then there's a situation where if you do treat it as legal nonconforming, then you potentially give that property owner a unique benefit in the neighborhood that they have even more incentive not to ever turn it into anything else because nobody else can have a drive-through in the area. So I'm interested in hearing more about that. We've heard a lot about the drive-through issue and whether or not there's some way to deal with this where if we decide it's something that we do want to allow to some extent, is there a way to do that, still not create sort of this monopolistic benefit there? You know, is there some way you can say, well, you can do it where it is already and on corner lots or something where you can somehow orient it so you're not disrupting the pedestrian thoroughfare as much or something? So that's sort of what's going around in my head.
So I won't respond. I'll just listen first unless you want a direct response from me. Let me know.
I have a couple questions. For thinking, one is on the drive-through thing. I'm just curious if the city has any idea of how much drive-through demand we expect to have over the next 20 years, as Chris was alluding to, and with the thought that let's provide that where we want to provide it, and where we don't provide it, have some incentive to switch to a different use. And there was a lot of written testimony we reviewed about the 7,500 square foot provision that I would like a little briefing on, just because other people might have confusion also. Because it seems like a detail that some people care a lot about, but I don't know it myself. And I don't know the status. Maybe someone else here has been longer knows of the design review update process. A couple people alluded to that. That's ongoing, because part of this is overlaying more areas with design review, and if that's a parallel process to revise that, I'm not up to speed on it.
Sounded like you wanted to, I just want to recap how much demand for drive-through we expect to have in the 20-year time horizon and how we might deal with that. I don't know that we have that information right now, but we could take a look into that over the next.
Well, that's why I asked it, because I don't know if we have gobs of area for drive-through way more than we'll ever need, then I feel more comfortable saying, let's just allow it in areas. Let's be more restrictive of it in the redevelopment areas we want to have redeveloped.
Okay. And we can look at that. And then we will get back. I can explain the 7,500, or let me just clarify, you're asking about that with respect to the limitation on the hours of operation that are applied in the CM1 zone? Is that the?
That was the oral testimony, and there was also some written testimony by several folks, or maybe it was copy and pasted, about if the issue is only the hours, then maybe just summarizing that. If the issue is broader, then you've probably seen that testimony too.
I haven't read all of the written testimony. We got quite a bit of it, but I have heard that conversation going on, and so we can get back to you on why we thought 7,500 was the right number, and then have a discussion about what you think might be appropriate solutions to that. I think that the problem is if we open it up broadly, I think we might catch properties in that web that we might not intend to. So we need to look at that and do the analysis on it. Yeah.
Excuse me, on the design review assessment question, it's underway, and what we hope to have is some results to report back by the end of the calendar year, by December. And one of the reasons that assessment is underway is this desire to, if it's possible, use design review in more places than we use it now, but it can only be used in those places if we can make sure it works. And so that's both administrative and bandwidth and the use of the properly constructed guidelines. And so that's really why we undertook that assessment as much as anything to. It's a independent consultant assessment of the design review process. And I can get you more information on it. But the gist of it is to look at a wide sample of case studies of actually design review cases and investigate, did it make a difference? What kind of time lag or cost did it add? It's really to try to tease out some objective information that can complement or debunk a lot of the really strong complaints or concerns that people have about how the system operates. And also, a major expansion of the system cannot work with the system we have now because just the bandwidth of the commission. So there's some problems or some issues to figure out.
Go ahead, Chris, and then Jeff.
So I'm working on a list of issues, and I'll share that by email. And I'm sure I'll add to it after our second hearing. But a request I want to make is around the economics of the bonus system. I heard a lot of skepticism whether this really works or not. And I know I would appreciate an opportunity to get briefed on that prior to our work session. And if some of my colleagues share that, maybe we could arrange some time slots where people could come in and get briefed a little deeper. I read the appendix. Frankly, went a little deeper than I could absorb readily. So I think the chance to have somebody walk me through it would be useful.
We'd be happy to do that. We can either work through that at the end of the work session, or offline as well, and do like a briefing for the commission and share with you. We had 2 rounds of economic analysis. First by Johnson Economics in the first round, and then late in the game via Eco Northwest, and that's the one that we're still waiting on the final memo from them on. But I'd be happy to share that with you as soon as we've got it. Hopefully, have it in the next couple of days.
Yeah, my preference would be to do it offline, so I go into the work session smart enough to think about these things.
And I'm supportive of that. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, and I'll try to build on what Chris just said. I mean, I'm really skeptical about the program as it's been laid out, and I'll try to help give us some thoughts, and maybe you can respond with, not today, but how to address this concern. I think the program doesn't make sense at this point. And so I tried to look through some of the pro forma economic analysis, and I'm not enough of a developer to make sense of it, but I'm not sure that's going to help us by having some real estate financial analysis that says, under these scenarios, if you build this much square footage at this price, I think we would be better served as policy guides to go up a level. And I'm very uncomfortable with a policy that says, let's artificially lower the amount of housing we're going to get. Decrease FAR, create base zones that will deliver less housing than we desire, but we'll get to our desired level by this affordable housing bonus. I think we're cross-competing with ourselves. I mean, this bonus program is one very small piece. We can argue whether it's a tiny piece or modest piece, but it's certainly a relatively small piece of an overall affordable housing strategy. We haven't seen IZ yet, so we're already working in a vacuum. It's a small piece of accomplishing affordable housing, and we're doing it by decreasing the quantity of housing we're going to get. One important tool for affordable housing is increasing the quantity of housing. If we can simply get more housing, market forces will begin to bring down the price. So I just as a conceptual policy matter, I don't think it makes sense to say we're going to build less housing than we want, but we'll try to bump it up a little bit through a bonus system if it's absolutely affordable. I'm not sure if I'm articulating it. I'm very skeptical of this policy approach. It's different than a detailed financial analysis. I'm not sure how this makes sense, particularly in a vacuum, and I'm also bothered by asking this planning commission to adopt one piece of an affordable housing program, a very modest piece, how we can get a little bit of affordable housing bonus in mixed-use zones when we're not working with a citywide affordable program. We don't know what's happening with IZ. We don't know what's going on in Central City. And so I almost would rather see this move aside till we get presented as part of an IZ package later this year. This is what the city is asking this commission to consider as affordable housing regulations, bonuses, IZ. So I'm not sure if that's not palatable. You guys can respond, but I just don't know how to get my hands around just the starting premise for this bonus program, which calls into question what we're doing with CS1 and the lower FAR. I guess if my skepticism bears out and the majority agrees with it, then I think we need to look at, are the base zones too low, the FAR base zones too low? Because I think that's the flip side of saying, if you don't think this affordable, if the bonus system isn't working, and that's the way we're going to increase the FAR, then maybe we just need to look at increasing the FAR and deal with affordable housing in a more efficient and productive manner. And my last comment on this, and I promise to stop, is I've always believed, and I served on the Housing Commission for 10 years. Zoning is a is a secondary mechanism than money. The biggest thing that drives affordable housing is dollars into the system and using those wisely. And if you get dollars and you use them wisely, that's a far more direct mechanism than zoning, which isn't to say we shouldn't look at bonuses and zoning, but there's got to be recognition of where the dollars are going to come from to back it up. I'll stop on affordable housing. If you have a comment, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to jump in. I think one of the things might be helpful, though. I appreciate your comments and concerns, and I think that is a valid thing to look at. I guess one of the things that we might want to do at the next meeting, or maybe after the testimony and the work session, is really look at the FAR allowances that we're allowing now and what that really means. I think there are some nuances in the code that may not be as apparent to folks that might we ought to at least share with you so that it's really clear what the FAR allowances are in the new zones, both at the base level and at the bonus, because there's some provisions for exempting parking, for instance, in those mixed-use zones that don't count towards FAR, that actually allow for more feasible development. But I think we could share that in the work session with you, just to
That's great. If
clarify
it's appropriate, I'd welcome your advisory committee, because I thought they all did a nice job of sharing some different perspectives. Very quickly, we didn't touch on TDM today. We touched on that at a couple of hearings ago, and I remain wondering, and again, how that's all going to come together. It's again, I'm bothered by adopting one piece of a TDM regulations when we don't know what PBOT's doing. And I'm also concerned with the issue that came up once before, what's being delegated to the administrative rule process and what's going to come before us as proposed regulations. Again, applying the requirement for transportation demand management plans in mixed-use zones is brand new. Right? The city's never required developers of mixed-use projects to have a transportation demand management program. I want to make sure it's not onerous. We want to encourage mixed-use development in corridors. They're inherently transit-friendly. And so I want to be sure we're not putting an unnecessary regulatory burden that will discourage them. So I want to be sure that the transportation demand management regulations are well thought out, are going to be efficient, are not going to be discouraging. And I want to be sure that's not delegated to an administrative rule process that doesn't come before this committee. And I have the same concern with affordable housing. When I read certain things about affordable housing will be done through administrative rule process, I think at the start of both of these brand new regulatory programs, I'd urge erring on the side of sharing it through regulations with this commission rather than a staff-driven administrative rule process.
And the Bureau of Transportation heard the commission's concerns about the TDM, and so is reworking it and trying to come up with, within the time frame that we have, that we'd like to move through something that's really specific and concrete for this first generation of it, rather than the more necessarily ambitious and program that they had talked about originally. So that will come back as part of this whole discussion.
One last one, and I'm done. Though I may follow Chris and put something in writing. I get confused as all these various work products we're working on. Which ones could be broken out and deferred? And which ones would you advise us they are absolutely essential that need to be adopted as part of whatever regulatory comp plan review process the city is in? Because if you could maybe, TDM is one example, affordable housing is another example that I think may take more time, ideally, to fully bake than perhaps you want. I don't know what the deadline is on this project and what pieces can be broken out for a separate consideration and which ones you would advise us, we got to do it. It's got to be part of the
Can we
adopted
perhaps
mixed use.
tackle that in an officers meeting and have
What?
you join us in an officers meeting and tackle that question?
Whatever the way, because it's hard to know how to react to some of these things. Like there were some concerns about adopting a bonus program for affordable housing when we don't know what's happening with the inclusionary zoning piece. I prefer to do it all at once. If the response from you guys is, no, there's some regulatory problems with doing that, then let us understand that and we'll we'll act, I mean.
Isn't
personally,
the
you know,
short answer that periodic review requires certain things? You got to get through the process.
Well,
But which ones have to be?
the list of task 5 projects, this list of projects are the ones that implement the comprehensive plan in the first round, and they're important for periodic review. The specifics of what's in the package is clearly up for debate and discussion. You've asked a really fundamental question, like, is this whole approach of dropping down the base entitlement, the bonus at back up, the smart thing to do? And this approach could go forward with that rethought, and or with any of the specific bonuses not making the cut. We want to move the whole package forward because there's a lot in there, but those particular provisions, when you're engaged in debate about them, we can explain the risks or the opportunity that's lost by not moving forward on something, but we can always come back at some pieces of this too. It's not, we can point out which ones are integral to the operation of the whole package and some are not.
Just some guidelines.
Yeah.
I'd find it. Thank you.
Andre? Quick, okay.
Oh, go ahead.
So just remind me, in terms of the state law on inclusionary zoning, doesn't fee in lieu have to be an option?
Yes.
Okay, so that's where the money comes
where the
from, once
money,
we get to that package. It's either like, when the unit's more than 20 units, 80%. It's affordable, 20% of the units affordable to 80% MFI or a fee in lieu, so.
I guess, and I was inarticulate, I was making a broader point. That what you collect from fee in lieu will barely make a dent in the financing that's needed to get to the level of affordable housing the city needs.
This is a word, you guys, several commission members have raised this part of the debate, and that's a good debate for all of us to have with this provision. Have we created enough additional value? I mean, all these bonus programs try to balance the amount of additional value you can capture versus the risk that you don't build to the density that you want it actually to build at, because our objectives are counting on a certain level of density to be built. In the central city, that was an easier math to do. On these corridors, it gets tight, and if we underbuilt, there's a loss to that. So that's a good question.
Well, I know you're working with some sharp consultants at Eco Northwest, and so I would welcome a chance, even if it's offline, to have them walk through if you think that'd be helpful, because I know they're good at both the analysis and the explanation. So, just
Andre?
a suggestion.
I want to speak to what Jeff talked about, this broader question, but I'm going to do that at the last. First, the map alignment with the comp plan and this process. Be good to remind us how that's going to work in this process, because part of what we're going to do is adopt something, hopefully, but at the end, we still got to come back to the map alignment process that'll be after this to align the comp plan, right? And so remind us how that's going to work. And I don't need to answer today, but we will be doing map adjustments actually to this plan, plus other things that we've heard previously, and how all that's going to kind of roll up together. And I think Julie sent that out, but remind us again on that. For the bonus system, a question is around definitions of the bonuses. And so defining, can we define a unit? And the unit I know is 1 unit, but is it the size of the unit? So they're building 290 feet is 1. They build, so that's downtown, and then out in outer east, maybe 600 feet is a unit. So there seems to be a standardization of a unit in the city. So when you get to this idea in the LZ of a value, that we have a common standard to what is value. So it's 290 feet, the same value as 600 feet out there on a per cost basis. And the same thing for definitions of the commercial space, because commercial space downtown versus commercial space well, even in just different parts of the city would not be valued at the same. The other thing that would be helpful to see is you had talked briefly, had been brought up about the criteria for the CM zone that was applied across, but it would be, and maybe I've missed it, if there's like a one-pager that lays out the CM zone, the ones that are in, the ones that are out, and the criteria that applied, so we could, when we have to look at who's in on the CM zone and who's out, we can look at that criteria and make a equitable judgment versus kind of spot to spot from that. On the whole issue of policy and bonuses, and we are, I think this is a position where we are in a position of moving down a track, and we're going to be told by council to look at inclusionary zoning. The bonus system is almost a placeholder, because we will get another bite at it when we get to October. That's if everything works well. If it doesn't work well, it's into next year, and who knows. But absent that, you have something in place today for affordable housing. At the IZ, you can then look back at the zoning and say, is that correct? But as a policy decision, we have to look and say, I think, and this is going to be a big discussion, you know, what value is affordable housing just as a value of a product? You can look at the economics, and you could probably argue the economics. You could get somebody else to argue, and we will during the inclusionary zoning argue they don't work. If you look at the Seattle studies, we'll have Cartwright probably come in and tell us they won't work, there's no value in it, it doesn't work. We've got to make a policy decision. Is this something the city wants and is willing to invest in, and look at some flexibility down the road to change to the marketplace and see if it works as an experiment. If that's not our policy, then I think we need to make that decision. Maybe it's here, that bonuses don't work, the downzoning doesn't work, and we need to tell council, we don't think as a commission, that doesn't work for us. Affordable housing and bonuses don't work for us, because council's putting a lot of energy into bringing us that very concept through inclusionary zoning. And we will, you know, kind of make a decision for them whether we're going to be relevant or not. I mean, that's, if we say we're not for it, I'm pretty sure council's going to blow past us and do what they want to do, and we'll be here figuring out, you know, I don't know what, garbage rates, which are already fixed. So, we need to, as a policy, and Jeff, you're exactly right. This is, do we lean in, and it's not all perfect. I've got more questions than I've got answers, and I know I can't get answers. But do we lean in and take some risks that as we go through this over the years, and it literally is going to be years, we can figure out a good solution. And there's going to be winners and losers along that path. But we stay relevant as a commission, because if we say bonuses don't work today, I'm pretty sure council's going to move past us. And they don't have, bureaus don't have to come here. I will tell you, we've worked very hard as a commission to get bureaus, transportation, and the Housing Bureau and PDC to come and talk to us about their plans, that they can go to council directly, because we wanted that input. We wanted the communities to come and have input. So the policy decision for us as we come and look at this is, it's not perfect. We can't see some things because they're coming after, and we're going to come back to it. And we knew that when we were doing the Portland plan. We knew that when we did the comp plan. We knew that we were making decisions about affordable housing that now we're dealing with, and we didn't have any criteria. People were talking about IZ zone, but in the comp plan, we said we wanted IZ zone. And we set policies in a comp plan around IZ zone, and there wasn't even an IZ zone. So now we have IZ zone, so we're gonna build a bonus system. We've been putting parts and pieces together, I think, as a commission, and we need to decide if we're gonna continue to operate that way in an imperfect world. And it's hard as we think about that to address East Portland. As you think about, we heard through the comp plan, they wanted a pedestrian-oriented 82nd Avenue. And we just heard businesses come in and tell us, no, they want to keep drive-throughs. We spent 4 hours in East Portland, and one after another, people came in and said, they wanted a streetcar. That closes every driveway. So now we're hearing, keep our driveways. These are policy questions. It's not about that individual business. It's about, do we deliver that vision of a community for a set of neighborhoods, how they want to live? And I think we need that discussion when we come back, because it's not about, a particular business. It's about that vision. And I'm not picking on you. I mean, I'm just saying, I think your policy discussion is the correct one. It's not about whether or not bonuses work on an individual pro forma. I think it's that broader policy.
Okay.
30 seconds. The concern I would have is I think we do a disservice to the political goal of more affordable housing. How can we get more affordable housing built in the city if we send off a bonus program, because we think the city council wants a bonus program, that an analysis of it says it's not going to accomplish anything. It's window dressing. And I want to be sure we don't do that. And I don't think it makes us irrelevant if we were to come to that conclusion. It may not be what the city council wants to hear, but I'm never going to be comfortable sending off a affordable housing bonus that the analysis says it's going to do no good. It's almost counterproductive to the affordable housing goal, because it creates the false impression, yep, we've done something, we create a bonus system. So I've got to see the evidence. I got to have a comfort level, this is me speaking, that I'm not going to shy away from my support of affordable housing. I've been there trying to accomplish it, but I'll never support window dressing. And quite frankly, I've seen that too often in the affordable housing world. The 10 years I was on the Housing Authority,
and maybe we could ease in the parking instead of having a hammer at 30. And the other is, we heard some testimony, I don't know the details on this, but about Powell and 39th and Hawthorne and 39th being incredibly well served by buses. And there's some zoning provisions that might be focusing on light rail as and I guess I can imagine some areas that are served by buses, maybe even served by more people, traffic, than a light rail stop would be. And just thinking that might be, it would be a little strange to me to have an incentive zoning being located right near light rail, as opposed to an area that might be served even better by buses. Does that make sense? Okay.
Any other comments? Not that I necessarily want to keep us going. I just want some follow-up on the comments regarding hitting kind of the design goals of the overall project. I know the corridors and the neighbors in the corridors are living through this tension of what they're of the commercial corridors versus their residential neighborhood. And, you know, you've already heard me talk about it. I'm still struggling with step backs, although it was covered. Yes, you are right in the economic analysis, so I do appreciate that. Thank you for pointing that out. But I think, as I've said before, I'm not completely convinced about the way we've gone about kind of forming the mass of the building. I'm still working on through that. So I guess just kind of getting my head into that a little bit more. But also, is there a tie to that base zone at all in the neighborhood's discussion about scale? And so what I'm wondering is, as we're talking about base zone kind of lowering down that's happened, and then we're giving these bonuses, was there any thought given to it, maybe not, that not everything will take the bonus, therefore it helps with the scalability that the neighborhood's struggling with? And if so, then I think that's an interesting discussion to have as a part of that policy. If it's not at play at all or hasn't been discussed, then great, tell me so and we can move on. And I think that kind of covers my general comments. And if there's nothing else.
If I could just,
go ahead.
we can give you more discussion on that latter point. That latter point, I think, was a kind of a fundamental piece of our discussion, and basically where we set the FAR limits and structured the whole bonus was around conversations about building mass, building scale, what makes sense in neighborhoods and things like that. So I think that is a really interesting and robust discussion that we'd like. I think it'll help inform your questions about where are those levels set at and where do they come from and does it really make any sense? So I think helping walk through the committee through some of that trade-offs that we had done and some of the analysis we've done in that regard will help
Great.
to some degree. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Barry. With that, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.